3 to order. City Clerk, may we have the roll call, please?
Councilmember Gutierrez.
Here.
Councilmember Gregory. Councilmember Ross. Mayor Pro Tem Carnevale. Mayor Lamb.
Here. Thank you. City Clerk, will you please read the statement of participation? Thank you.
Public comment is the opportunity for members of the public to comment on items that are within the City Council's jurisdiction but not on the agenda. Because of restrictions contained in California law, the City Council may not discuss or act on any item not on the agenda, but may briefly respond to statements made or ask a question for clarification. The mayor may also request a brief response from staff to questions raised during public comment or request that a matter be agendized for a future meeting. Public comment will be limited to 3 minutes. If you are a member of the public and you wish to address the City Council, please complete a request to speak form available at the entrance and submit it to the City Clerk. You will be called upon at the appropriate time. If you have materials or other items to present to the members of the City Council, please do not approach them. All materials shall be presented to the City Clerk for distribution. I have one request to speak form from Alan Carvalho. Oh, hold on. Not yet. There you
Okay.
go. Sorry about that.
Can you hear me now? No?
Yes.
Yes? Okay, great. Good afternoon, Mayor and City Council members, staff. My name is Alan Carvalho here in Cathedral City. I've been critical of the city in my attempts for constructive criticism, but I also think it's fair that when the city is doing its best to do what we ask you to do, which is to take care of the city's needs, they need to be complimented. You guys need to be given a compliment for the work that you've been doing. And sadly enough, social media has not been giving you justice, especially Council Member Ernesto Gutierrez. He stepped up, hands on the ground, moving mud, moving what feels like concrete out there. People notice. I told you we were watching you, but we're not just watching you to criticize you. We're watching you to praise you for the good work you're doing. Thank you to the mayor for speaking out. I know that the people don't hear what is meant, what's intended. They always misunderstand most of the time. But I don't think it's fair for anybody to come up here and criticize unless we're willing to also go out of our way to tell you how great you're doing. Folks don't understand that kind of funding, financial funding from the government in any form, isn't as easy as it sounds. The state, the county, the federal government has to believe that this is worthy enough for the funding. And sadly enough, as much damage that was done to those poor families, which is their life, it may not be up to the caliber that qualifies them for FEMA money. So when folks understand that and don't feel ignored, that the city is spending tens of millions of dollars to help this cause, folks need to know the truth. Thank you, Ryan, for doing a great job of making sure that we all know that. So again, thank you so much. Thank you, Councilmember Gutierrez especially, and thank you very much.
I don't have any other requests to speak forms, but if you're a member of the public and you wish to provide public comment, please raise your hand. Okay.
I timed my presentation as exactly 3 minutes. But before I make my presentation, I want you to see what I often clean up from illegal vendors. Plastic filled with dirty, filthy water and dead flowers.
And could we
Ma'am,
have you
this-
come to the podium and please introduce yourself? Thank you.
And state your name for the record, and this will be your 3 minutes.
My name is Martha Vistica. I've been a citizen, taxpayer of Cathedral City.
Let me just lower this for you.
Yep, homeowner for the last 33 years. I'm here on behalf of endless citizens, and I mean endless. I'm here to address a serious problem, which has literally infected Cathedral City for years, with no code enforcement. I'm talking about illegal food vendors. We already have codes and laws on the books regarding business licenses, inspections, with regard to legal sale of food and drink. Problem is, Mr. City Manager, with all respect, the number one responsibility of government is to protect the health and well-being of its citizens, and you failed miserably by choosing which codes or laws to enforce and which ones aren't important and just let them fly. I live in a third world country. Illegal vendors are everywhere. They recently just moved locations north and east, but they're still today at McCallum and Whispering Palms. There's a woman there, I watched her this morning, handling filthy money and then cutting up fruit. They won't let go of that location at Whispering Palms and McCallum, but now they're at 30th and Moravia, 30th and Santoro and McCallum, to name a few. I personally witnessed a drop-off truck. I followed it to get its license plate. I forwarded that information to Ernesto, and I have it on my phone. Mr. City Manager, which codes should we enforce? I'm going to answer for you. All of them. They're all important. You can't pick and choose which ones you want to enforce. By allowing these illegal vendors to continue, you are deliberately putting all of the citizens at risk for diseases and infections. Round COVID number 2 is making the rounds. These people are filthy. They cut up and handle fruit, and they dispense drinks from a common germ-infested cooler. Where do they go to relieve themselves? There are no bathrooms there all day long. If you let this continue, you will easily face a potential class action lawsuit by deliberately failing to protect the health of your citizens. Any of you feel that this is no big deal? I ask you then it's time to resign if you think this is no big deal. It's obvious many of you don't watch the local news because KESQ advertised for days about human trafficking, and this was it. These vendors are victims of human trafficking, most of them. The U.S. Department of Health and Human Services has stated that human trafficking is now the second largest criminal activity behind drug dealing, and it's the fastest growing, human trafficking. A lot of these are women. Most vendors of these illegals have paid an exorbitant fee to the cartel to get smuggled here, and they owe them big time. And this is one way they have to pay back.
And you'll have to conclude your remarks.
Okay, I've got 10 seconds. They keep $1 to $2 for every 8 they make. They fail to answer questions. They're scared to death. We want this stopped, and we want it stopped now. It's not rocket science, going on for years. We've had it, and I'm taking it personally, because when I go to the grocery store, how do I know the person next to me hasn't just bought from one of these people, and I'm going to get infected with whatever they're carrying?
Thank you.
Thank you. If anybody wants a read by the vase, I have a dozen of them, okay? They're free.
Is there any other member of the public that wishes to provide public comment? And I see no hands raised, Mayor.
Thank you. We'll now move on to study session item 8. It's a presentation on Local Agency Formation Commission, LAFCO, annexation process. And City Manager?
Thank you, Mayor. We are happy to have with us today from LAFCO, the Local Area Formation Commission, Gary Thompson. And he's going to give you some information on the LAFCO processes.
Good afternoon, Mayor and council members. My name is Gary Thompson. I'm the executive officer of Riverside LAFCO. I think most of you probably know who we are and what we do. If you don't, I'd certainly willing to talk about that if you want. But I wanted to discuss the annexation process, which is what I understand you all really want to know how it works. And I want to run through this in such a way that maybe it's simple, but it's not. I'm not showing a PowerPoint presentation because I want to go through the packet I gave you, which is lengthy, but I'm going to go through it fairly quickly. And then also at the very end of the packet, you'll find a map of your current city boundary and your sphere of influence, which I'll talk about a little bit. With that, put my reading glasses on here. Basically, let me just discuss what an annexation is. Basically, it's a boundary change. that is initiated by various methods to change a boundary of either a city or a special district. In your case, we're going to talk about cities. Two general types. One is an annexation where the area to be annexed is within the city's sphere of influence, because it's outside the city boundary, but it's in the sphere of influence. And the other type is where the annexation is outside the sphere of influence in another part of the unincorporated county area. There really isn't a lot of difference between the two, other than if it is an area that's outside the SOI, then it has to have a concurrent sphere of influence change requested along with the application for the annexation. So that's just a little detail, but it's just a distinction between the two. The primary keys to an annexation is whatever area is going to be annexed, it has to be included as part of your general plan and your zoning. And usually that happens if it's a developer-related annexation, it's getting an entitlement that's going to have that anyway, because they're probably entitling it through the city, even though the plan is to if the plan is to annex it. Prior to filing an annexation, there's a few things that need to happen. Identifying logical boundaries, what is the annexation boundary going to be? A lot of times it's, again, a developer, landowner that wants to develop and annex into the city. They've got defined boundaries for the parcels that they want to annex so that they understand where they want to develop and whatnot, and those are pretty generally what we get. One of the other keys to that, though, is geographical boundaries. We do look at those. So if you've got an annexation that may cross like a highway or something, we'll look at that and see if that makes sense. Sometimes it's better to draw a line at the highway, at the freeway, or something like that. But that doesn't stop an annexation. That's just something that's looked at. And then obviously you need to determine if the annexation is in the sphere of influence of the city or not, for the reasons that I just mentioned as to the additional application. A few things that need to happen. If you're looking at annexing an area, and generally this applies to not only the city, if the city is going to initiate this, or a developer, or even the residents, let's say it's going to be a voter petition annexation, you really want to talk to the agencies that are maybe affected by that, especially the county, since it would be an unincorporated area that's being annexed. And in particular, the tribal nations, because if there's any territory that belongs to the tribal nations, then they're required to be consulted, and they actually have to approve it for their lands to be incorporated into the city boundary through an annexation. Public outreach is very important if it's an inhabited area. It's amazing what you find when you go out and talk to people out there in the unincorporated areas, what they feel about entering into a city. And it depends on different reasons for different localities, and it's an interesting discussion. And then the last thing on this part of the item is use of consultants. The reason I want to talk about this a little bit is one of the biggest problems we have at LAFCO with annexations that delays them is the mapping. And we find that a lot of engineering firms that are hired mostly by developers that are annexing, they don't know how to put together the legal description and the actual meets and bounds map that's required, that we need not only to file all the recorded documents to change the city boundary, but that the State Board of Equalization needs, because they have to create new tax rate areas and things like that. And it's all these maps are actually verified by the county surveyor. We send them to the county surveyor to do that, and it's amazing how many times they have to go back and get changes made, and then even the corrections don't get done. The other thing is we have process consultants that some areas, some cities, or even some developers will hire, and they really need to understand the process. And we're finding that some of these consultants don't have a clue. And it delays the process for the applicant, because we're actually training their consultant how to do this. And it's like, you're paying a lot of money, applicant, for somebody that doesn't know what they're doing. So we really, when you're looking at that kind of stuff, and this is just as much if the city were pursuing it versus an applicant that's working with the city, that they understand, they really need to have some good consultants that understand all of this. Okay, initiating the annexation, there's really three ways. Petition of registered voters, where registered voters in an area get together, circulate a petition, and want to be annexed into the city. That takes a 5% threshold. A petition of landowners, same thing. If the landowners in a particular area want to be annexed into the city, they can petition as landowner petitioners, 5% threshold there. But that's different than the registered voter threshold of 5%. It's a 5% of the assessed valuation of the area in question. It doesn't matter how many landowners it is. The assessed value of the total area that the landowners want to annex, 5% of the total assessed valuation, so they would have to have enough landowners to create that 5% as positive, in other words, as meeting the requirement. It could be one landowner, it could be 10. So there's no restriction on the number of landowners. It's that 5% of total assessed value. Mm-hmm. Yes, yeah. And most of the annexations that we find, not only for cities but also special districts, they're landowner related because generally it's one landowner that wants to develop property and annex either into a district for water and sewer or something, or as well as into a city. And then the other one is basically a resolution from the city. In other words, if the city council wants to pass a resolution to say we want to annex this area, then that satisfies that requirement. All right, the application package, which our package is about that thick, but there's a lot of information in it. It's on our website, and we have a lot of information on our website, but specifically, it's very detailed and explains in more detail everything that I'm going to cover here real quick. One of the primary things about the application, though, is that we don't consider it ready for filing, in other words, to really start the final process of getting it through to the commission until the application's deemed complete. In other words, we have everything, and I'm going to go through some of these here in a minute, in our hands, and we've reviewed them, and they look fine, and they're ready to go. At that point in time, then we'll deem it complete, and we'll move on. Also, just the fees. There are a number of fees that are involved, and I won't go through that. The fee schedule is on in the application as well as on our website. But depending on the size of the annexation, there's different fees for less than 100 acres and over 100 acres, and if there's a sphere of influence amendment also required, there's a fee for that. So they're actually pretty reasonable because they haven't been changed since I think 2009 or something. So we're looking at fees right now anyway. All right, a few things that are going to have to be submitted that are critical. Plan of services, that's a key element. That's a document that has to be signed and certified by the city manager that the city is going to provide certain services, how they're going to do it, and the fact that they're describing if there's going to be any issues to that or the capability or if there's any other factors, and also identify what services that will remain with the previous providers, say the county. I think in your city you contract a portion of your city fire with the county for a portion of your city, correct? Yeah, there's up there towards the 10 freeway a little section. If you wanted to annex something, say across the freeway, which is in your sphere of influence, you could retain that contract with the county if you wanted, or turn it over to your fire department itself to do that area. But that's what would go into the plan of services, little things like that.
Mr. Thompson, can I ask you a question?
Sure.
Now, when you're talking about services, do we have to provide equal services or better services than they're currently getting?
Basically, we look for at least equal. Better is always good,
Right.
but equal and basically cost effective. In other words, unless there's going to be a cost increase to those services, you're going to need to show that as how that's absorbed either through existing revenues or whatever. And but generally, we don't have a big issue with that because unless it's a huge area, annexations are pretty easily to absorb for cities.
Now, similar question, different twist. Now, when you talk about infrastructure currently in that area, do you have to, for instance, many streets do not have curbs, gutters, sewer, anything. Does the city have to keep it as is and possibly in the future offer those services, actually to add what I just talked about? Or do we have to actually, upon annexation, say, okay, we're going to annex you, we're going to have to do this upon approval of the annexation?
No, we don't require that. I mean, theoretically, the commission could put some sort of a condition of approval to do certain things like that, but I've never seen that happen. Generally, it's an annexation that if let's say it's a residential area and it needs some work. And like you mentioned, streets, curbs and gutters, believe me, I know all about that when I was city manager of Jurupa Valley. Big deal there. But anyway, that isn't something the commission necessarily looks at because that's more of a, if the city is going to approach a community, let's say about, we want to annex you, those are the kind of things you'd be talking, they'd probably be raising the issue, then you'd have to figure that out as to how you want to put that into a strategic plan or something like that and address those needs. But that's not something that the commission would direct you to do. You could annex it as is and, go from there and make those decisions as you go along.
Thank you. I'll let you finish and I'll have a few other questions. Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you.
Anyway, the plan of services, again, that's one of the most important parts of the application is getting that. And we work with whoever's doing it, putting there that plan of services to make sure it's got everything in there we need. The application packet itself is very detailed. It's got a checklist in there that pretty much covers everything. Fiscal impact analysis, that's required for an annexation that's over 100 acres. And the reason we require that, and actually it's required by state law, is to take a look at what kind of impact there might be on the county itself because they're losing a big chunk of acreage and possibly a lot of revenue that they need to know what that impact is. Generally, the applicant is working directly with the county executive office for that information. We don't get involved in any of those types of discussions, but we do review the analysis once it's put into the package and submitted to us. Boundary map and legal description, I touched on that, very important. It has to be accurate, and it's reviewed by the county surveyor to make sure that it is actually correct, and he actually will certify it once he's satisfied that it's correct for submittal. Property tax exchange resolutions, those are mandatory. I didn't get a chance to look and see if Cathedral City has a master agreement in place already with the county. It may, but if not, then what happens is the two parties, the county and the city, need to negotiate exchange agreements and then go to each governing board, your city council and the county board of supervisors, and get them adopted and then submit copies to LAFCO so that we have those in the file as well, because they are required to be completed by state law before we can actually complete an annexation. The master agreements are pretty straightforward, and I know some of the cities, most of the cities have a master agreement in place, some do it. I didn't get a chance to look up your city to see if you do. CEQA, the only time we're lead agency on an annexation if it's a registered voter petition, because nobody else is really going to be lead agency unless the city wanted to take down that responsibility to be lead agency to cover CEQA. Generally, there's nothing related to CEQA other than us reviewing it even as lead agency if it's a registered voter petition, because we're not changing anything other than the governance, if you will. We're responsible agency only for annexations that are either the city's initiated it or the developer, and there's actually entitlements are going through, and there's CEQA that's involved with that, and they're the lead agency to cover those. And then we're a responsible agency just to review what's there and then certify, yeah, we agree it's fine. There's nothing that's changed between the time it was certified and this action for the commission, so we're good there. The CEQA process really isn't that difficult, through the LAFCO process. Generally, it's 90% of the time it's done as part of the initial entitlement process that any developer is going through. And as far as a voter position, it's pretty simple. Even a landowner petition that doesn't have any development related to it, that's still a simple one for us to do lead agency. Staff report, LAFCO staff report, once everything's done, it's deemed complete. What we'll do is we issue what's called a certificate of filing, which means that I sign that certificate that says this application is ready to take to the commission. And then we've got 90 days to get it on their calendar. And generally, we do it fairly quickly because generally we don't issue that certificate until the day we actually issue the public hearing notice for the commission meeting. So we're well within the window. The executive officer report is just basically a staff report, just similar to what you all get here. We have certain things that we have to put in there. I've listed a lot of them in there. I won't go through them, but they pretty much cover the things that are in your application and just a general discussion for the commission. Copy of the staff report is sent to the applicant, other agencies that are affected, anybody that's actually requested a copy of it ahead of time, but the staff report doesn't actually get published until the agenda is published for the commission meeting, and that's usually a week in advance. Commission hearing and decision. Again, I mentioned the certificate of filing, and that's posted on our website. It's posted, normal posting like you would for any meeting, any public meeting. Hearing could be postponed up to 70 days, but no more. And at the end of the day, the commission will either approve it with conditions or deny it. And if it's a SOI, in other words, sphere of influence amendment is also included, there's 5 determinations they have to make, which I won't go into, but they're pretty simple determinations that are a little separate from the annexation itself, but they're just confirming that the sphere of influence determinations have been met as well. Now, if it's disapproved, there can't be a similar proposal for the area initiated until after 1 year. It's very rare that the commission disapproves an annexation. And the reason being is because the work that goes into that ahead of time by the applicant, the city, if it's a developer applicant, the city, the support, even if it's a registered voter petition, the support generally is there. And it's pretty smooth. And very rarely do we actually get any that has any controversy. Once in a while we do, but most of the time we don't. Request for reconsideration, that's just a 30-day window that if anybody can come in and present a report that says they have new information that wasn't presented to the commission, that 30-day period, they have to do that within then, and then we schedule a hearing for that, for consideration. After that expires, we actually then have to hold a protest, which is called a conducting authority hearing, which actually is run by me, not the commission. And that's where we have another window that we have to notice a 21-day period where people can submit protests. And I've outlined the threshold for the protest, how it works, is if 25% of valid protests are received, less than 25%, the commission decision is final, it's approved. Or it's affirmed, I should say. If there's 25 to 50%, then the commission has to set it for a vote. And generally this happens just with registered voters. It doesn't really happen with landowners. If it's 50% plus 1 valid protest, then the commission action is set aside. And one caveat to that, protest provisions do not apply if the commission actually denies an application. So you can't come back and protest, well, we have new information to make it good. That doesn't happen. Okay, real quickly, annexation is subject to a public vote. You know, if that happens, I have 45 days to notify the city that they need to go ahead and get that election set. Registrar of voters is, you know, obviously you work through that. You know, similar to the city council, how that's all set up, you would just do a ballot measure type thing and set an election date, whether it's special election sooner or whether it falls on a regular election date. And then once everything's done, and that's assuming that there's election that's already passed and completed or no election, and we're at the point, I'll issue what's called a certificate of completion, and that's filed with different public agencies and the State Board of Equalization and all the appropriate mapping and everything else that goes up to them. I wanted to real quickly address just a couple of special circumstances that can come up, although I'm not going to say they're rare, but they do occur once in a while. The LAFCO Commission can modify an application, change the boundary, you know, change the sphere of influence territory, things like that. It doesn't really usually happen, but they do have the ability to do that. Disadvantaged unincorporated communities, we call them DUCs. If they're adjacent, if you've got a DUC that's adjacent to a proposed area to be annexed, under state law, that area has to be annexed as part of the annexation, and that's where it gets into the boundary adjustment thing. Now, the only way you get out of that is if you get a 50% plus one signed protest by petition or even a written letter from the residents in that area, the voters. 50% plus one to say, no, we don't want to be part of the annexation, then that goes away. That becomes, okay, it's now not required. But if you don't get that, for the annexation, the original annexation to proceed, then the city would have to file an annexation application to annex the DUC along with it. Now, I've looked at you have 3 DUCs associated with your city. They're all in your sphere of influence on the other side of the freeway. They're all what we consider the Thousand Palms corridor. And they're pretty extensive as far as meeting the DUC requirement. But that's how that works, and just wanted you to be aware of that. It's a little quirk in there that got thrown in a number of years ago into the state law. An annexation of an island, and there's a definition of islands, of 150 acres or less and initiated by a city, the protest provisions are waived. So if there was an island of less than 150 acres, let's say it had 50 homes in it or something, and you wanted to annex that island, that protest is waived. In other words, if it's approved, it's done. And then the last thing is contributions, and it, you know, are subject to the FPPC requirements, contributions to elected officials that are contemplating acting on something like this have to be disclosed is all. And with that pretty much is in a nutshell, quickly, how the overall process works. There's a lot of detail that goes into that. Most of the detail really gets worked out at the staff level with my staff and city staff and the applicants, whoever they may be, the developer. We don't have a lot of city annexations. We've got a couple that are kind of in the middle right now. The last one we just did was the city of Murrieta annexed a pretty good size portion of an island that went very well. The applicant processed the application for all the entitlements and everything for the development through the city. The county let them do that. That's how that works most of the time with the county. If there's going to be an annexation involved, county wants the city to do all of that other work. So it went very well. The good news on that was they had a good consultant that knew the process and did it right. It was one of the best ones I've ever seen, and it went right through smoothly. You know, once we got to the point where there were not some issues, but some things we needed to work out because some of it involved some county-owned land and other stuff. And
We might need his
whatnot.
number.
Huh? But most of our annexations, again, like I say, are developer related, whether it's into a city or a special district where it's vacant land It might be one or two landowners, and they got a process because they want to build, and that's how that works. So and those are generally pretty straightforward, once all the stuff is done. With that, questions?
Thank you so much. And we had questions, and I'll open it up now. I don't see a list there. Councilman? Okay, go ahead.
So,
Oh, there you
you
go.
say it's really easy. I mean, I guess open heart surgery is for some people too, but not so much for me. So bear with me if you would, please.
No problem.
So when I ask you these questions, I need it to be kind of in the specific realm of talking about Thousand Palms, because it doesn't matter to me about islands and how I might screw that up, because I probably couldn't. Right? We're not talking about an island. So what kind of protests might you encounter? What have you seen in your history of protests? Is that just the residents say, we don't want to do it?
Yeah, usually it's residents that just want to stay in the county. They fear, oh, a city is going to come out here and change all the rules of how, they live and whatnot. That's the biggest thing that happens when you start hearing that. And those are the things that can be overcome.
Yeah, I mean, I can see that as a real
Yeah.
possibility.
Yeah.
And isn't everyone somewhat suspicious of Big Brother? I mean, I understand that too.
Yeah.
So I don't suppose it's appropriate to say to you, so how do we get around that? So the next question would be, what usually are the objections specifically? I mean, it's one thing to just have in your heart you'd prefer not to have a city here because you shoot rabbits on your property, or whatever you might want to do. How do you get past? What do you see as the, let's say, top three kinds of objections to annexation?
Top three is again, just city government versus county, so there may be more restrictions on certain things they can do, especially with their property and code enforcement. The whole, hey, this is the way I've lived all my life, why am I changing? Type thing. That's more of a psychological issue. And I'm not convinced that even the threat of the city having different regulations and stuff is really that credible either, quite frankly. Cities are smarter than that to understand that they're not going to go in and change everybody's world. I was a city council member once myself, and I know exactly that type of feeling. And really, those are the two big ones. The third is, are my taxes going to go up? And that's pretty easy to dispel because they can't unless there's a vote. And believe it or not, that usually doesn't happen in an annexation unless the parties decide, hey, we do need additional revenue, so we got to put that on the ballot and get it done. But
So I can't speak for my other council members, but I'm going to kind of, and tell you that I don't think any of us would want to do anything if we thought it was going to harm somebody, if we thought it was going to be socially offensive, or we couldn't bring services that were equal to our own over a period of time. So, I mean, there's no bad guys in this scenario from our side, as far as I can see. So what if the county doesn't support the annexation? What does that look like?
that's where, quite frankly, if the city council, if the city really wants to do it, that's where the supervisor comes in. And the county supervisor for your area. And generally, working through him, whatever issues there are that the county might put up can generally be resolved. Unless there's some really, unless it was such a, again, it would be more driven by protests and the community itself not wanting it, that the supervisor might say, you know, they really want to stay here. But generally, the county's pretty amiable to annexing areas because, you know, generally they're going to end up breaking even in the deal, if you will, but they're losing areas that they really can't service properly. And that's where the key comes into the city saying, we can service you a lot better than the county because we're right here. And to get a code enforcement officer, they got to drive from Riverside,
Yeah.
type thing.
We talk about that a bit.
Even animal control, same thing. So, those are the kind of things that generally the county looks at and says, yeah, this makes sense to move forward with this. And they talk to us about that too. We work with the county quite a bit, especially the executive office on things like this when they come up.
And my last, depending on your answer, I think it's my last question, and that is, in this specific instance, it's been rumored that other cities would like to come in and take the Acrisure piece of it because they feel it fits their city better, or somebody wants to, build hotels, and so they should get that land because it would serve, they could process it better. How do we dispel, or how do we work through, we have the sphere of influence, and do we just lose it to anybody who asks for a piece?
No,
Okay.
no, you don't. I mean, in order to change the sphere of influence, it's got to go through the commission, our commission. They could unilaterally change the sphere, but they generally will not, and certainly they'll be asking us for our recommendations. So any disputes like that, if they came up, and let's say another city came to us and said, hey, we want to change spheres. We want to take their sphere away. It's like, well, here's the first thing. You better go talk to the other city, number one. Number two, you're going to have to submit an application and go to the commission, and you better have some huge justification and understand that you may get a lot of pushback from the other city. So that's kind of how that works. They just can't come in and say, we want to change it and make it happen.
I appreciate that. And I appreciate all you've brought, and I promise, now that I've met you, I will spend more time on your website. And I'll see what more I can learn, so next time I won't have as many questions.
That's fine.
Thank you, sir.
you.
Anytime, we're here for questions.
Thank you. And then we'll go to Councilman Gregory. I just followed the order here.
Thank you so much for your presentation, for coming out to speak to us. So one easy question, I believe I know the answer, but you spoke about an election, should there be a protest, and it would go to the voters. So that would be the voters in the area that is proposed to be annexed? Or
Yes.
would it be the whole city?
Just
those-
the area to be annexed, it'd
That's
be
what I-
those voters.
That's what I anticipated.
Yeah.
All right, so my other question, it relates a little bit to what the council member was asking. But you didn't speak too much about this Thousand Palms piece, although I do appreciate having the map there. And it's been, another thing that's been rumored is that when the sphere of influence was set, it was set with some kind of poison pill, is what I call it, because it was set so that if we looked to annex a portion of this existing sphere, that wouldn't be processed, that we had to annex all or none. So is that correct?
I can't speak to what happened in the past. I've been at LAFCO for 4 years. When I left Harupa Valley, when this job became available, and my predecessor, George Spiliotis, was the executive officer, and he was here forever. I will not say that is true. I will say that the commission would decide if, they wanted the entire area annexed versus just a portion, but I'm not necessarily thinking that they would oppose a partial annexation of the sphere. They would be looking more for logical boundaries. Is okay, you've got a very large sphere, quite frankly. To try and annex the entire thing might be problematic from a servicing standpoint, but if you want to piecemeal it and say, well, listen, we're going to take this portion first and deal with that. The whole argument is does it make sense? And if it makes sense to me, then it's my job to tell the commission this makes sense, just do it. And that's kind of how that works. But in reality, I personally can't see me recommending forcing this city to annex in the entire sphere if, in fact, you wanted a piece of it that makes sense.
Okay, and that would just be then in the application, we would make a good argument as to why this portion makes sense.
Yeah, and go through the normal application process.
All right, thank you. Thank you, Mayor.
Good, thank you. And Councilman Gutierrez.
Thank you. Now, you spoke about ways of annexation, and one, you talked about registered voters. Now, as it was asked by Councilman Gregory here, if there's no residents, for instance, there's commercial and industrial areas in Thousand Palms, if there's no residents within those areas, what would be the process in annexing that area that there's very few or no residents, registered voters?
Well, the landowners could petition and get the 5% assessed value petition certified, or the city could initiate that annexation.
Now, you talked about the 5%. Now, what would, let's see, if there was a protest by the property owners, what would it take for the city not be able to annex that area?
That falls into the same threshold of the protest provisions, that it would have to be, if it's less than 25% of the assessed value protesting, then it's approved. If it's between 25 and 50, there'd have to be a landowner ballot. And then, which is usually done by mail to the landowners. And then if it's over 50% plus one, then it's denied.
Oh, okay.
So it's a similar process to the registered voter, only it's landowners versus,
Oh, okay.
and then it's based on assessed value of property versus numbers, if you will.
Now, you also spoke by resolution by city council. Let's say the same area that we're talking about, city council comes up with a resolution to add a certain area within Thousand Palms. Do we still have to go to the voters or to the landowners then?
Only if there's a protest to that.
Only if there's a
Yeah,
protest?
if the city council were to pass a resolution, we actually have a little sample in the application package too of a resolution. You're just really saying, yes, we want to proceed with an annexation application to do this. And then you go through the normal process. So there's nothing else that needs to happen at that point until you get towards the end. And if there's a protest, then we have to do that,
Got it.
that process.
Thank you.
Okay, and Mayor Pro Tem.
Thank you, Gary. I'm kind of struggling to understand this. There's a partial of our sphere of influence that's really highly populated, and most of it is not populated. So if the voters vote against it, would that one section be eliminated and would be able to move with the other unoccupied land? Like there's one, I think it's Tri-Palm Estates has always been kind of countering against this. So would we be able to eliminate that section and just move on with the rest of the influence? Or is it all or nothing?
No, you don't necessarily eliminate it. If you were annexing an area and a portion of it voted no, but the rest of it was, didn't, then the annexation goes through in its entirety. So one little section of a proposed annexation can't necessarily kill it.
Really?
So, it really depends on where you draw the boundary, and that's why public outreach ahead of time is really effective, because then you know where your opposition's going to lie, if you will, for lack of a better term, and then you can work with those folks and go into this is why you're better off if you're in the city versus the county or whatever. But no, it doesn't kill the whole thing, because generally it takes the entire annexation area to meet the threshold, not just one little section and then they're out. They can't do that.
Thank you. Thank you, Matt.
Right. And thank you, and I just have a question, and it was under special circumstances, maybe it's been answered and I just didn't quite get it. It says LAFCO can modify applications by adding additional or revised annexation boundaries or sphere of influence territory. So why would LAFCO modify something?
Probably it wouldn't.
Okay,
And the only reason it might is if you're annexing an area and then there's a little piece up here that is left out in the cold, they may say you really need to adjust that boundary and include that area, whether it's occupied or not. That's pretty rare. The only other time they might do something is if you're proposing an annexation that would create an island. We're not allowed to do that. So that would be a situation where we go back, even before it got to the commission, and say, you need to rethink this because they're going to have a problem with that.
okay,
But that's pretty much it.
Okay.
It rarely happens.
great, thank you. Okay, anybody else have any questions from council?
Just one final
Okay.
follow-up. Let's say an application is submitted, then does our dialogue stop? Or are there people at LAFCO that would be in communication with our staff and saying,
Oh.
this needs, or, it looks like you've overemphasized this, or you've underemphasized, kind of, because this is new, we've never done this.
Yeah, once the application's submitted, the staff is always there to assist anything you need get done.
Just what I wanted to
It
hear.
doesn't just stop. In other words, if when we get the package in, the first thing we do is review it and see if there's anything that's missing. And the first thing we'll do is say, well, you're missing this, this, and this, or maybe just this. And we need that right away. And then we'll start the process of review and assign it a LAFCO application number and then that really starts the process. And
But we can ask questions of you as well during the process.
Absolutely. Oh, yeah. I'm always available.
Perfect.
Yeah, always available.
One more question. Now, if we were to start this process, let's say we pass a resolution next month, City Council approves it. Now, that application gets submitted to you. What's the timeline? How long will it take from the resolution, submittal of application, to completion, if everything goes smooth with LAFCO?
You know, that's a good question because a lot of it depends on the application itself and how complete it is when it comes in. And doing a little homework ahead of time and even working with us on that helps a lot. Once the application is submitted, if it can be deemed complete just within a short period of time, then it really only takes about 3 months to get it in front of the commission at the most.
This is
But we've
government.
had
Nothing
some
happens in
we've
3
had
months.
some draw out for over a year because, again, some of the issues we've run against is getting maps correct, things like that. So the commission only meets once a month, so we're kind of tied that way. In August, we're always dark, and then November and December, we combine those 2 months into 1 month, into one meeting. So there's some time lag in there, but if it's a good, complete application and it makes sense and us at the staff level don't see any issues with it or anything that really needs to be resolved, then, yeah, it doesn't take long.
Now, the application that is submitted to LAFCO, how intensive is it? How long will a city, how much work and how long will it take approximately a city to complete this application?
As far as putting it together,
Putting it together? and
that's
submitting
really
it
a function of staffing. You know, do you want to hire a consultant to do it, some of the stuff? Can your city engineer cover the mapping, or do you want to get a surveyor company to come do that for you? Things like that. It just really depends on how you want to staff it, because it really won't take too long to put it together, depending on how you staff it. The plan of services is pretty simple, and we can always, if you want to proceed with something, we can give you a sample of that, what that looks like. And the mapping is one of the biggies. Everything else is pretty straightforward. Yeah, if you look at the application package, you'll see that there's enough information in there that, you know, if you follow that application package, it's not too hard to put together.
Thank you.
The only big thing would be, if, like I said, if it's over 100 acres, then that fiscal analysis and working with the county on that sometimes takes a while, because the county isn't that quick on working on stuff like that. And that would take either somebody out of your finance department, probably working with your
Now,
city
if the,
manager's office, or a consultant to do that for you.
now, if the opposition of one particular supervisor is raising, you know, havoc here, but the rest of the supervisors are okay with it, do they go along with this supervisor as far as not getting this approved, or how does that work?
Well,
the
there's
relationship?
7 commissioners on the commission itself. 2 of those are county supervisors, 2 are city council members that are selected by the city selection committee, 2 are special district members that are selected by the special, well, actually, we hold a vote every year that or every 2 years that I actually have to manage the balloting for that. And then a public member that's appointed by the other 6 commissioners. And then we have an alternate for each one. So the commission itself is a cross-section of the different entities. The supervisor that has the area, he can bear in a lot of weight, but the commission ultimately decides how it's going to go. And I haven't really seen any real issues come up on any of these where there was, you know, a problem, if you will. Again, like I say, virtually everything that I've seen since we've been here have been pretty well supported by the commission and the supervisors.
Thank you.
Thank you so much, Paul,
Okay.
for your presentation. It was very clear and wonderful. I really
All right.
appreciate it. So
And
now we're
like
going
I
to open
said-
up to public comments.
Okay.
Thank you.
Mayor, I did not receive any request to speak forms for this item, but if you are a member of the public and you wish to make a public comment on this item, please raise your hand. And I see no hands raised.
Great, thank you. This is a presentation only for discussion and direction. There is no formal action required. Thank you. Our second item B, sidewalk vendor ordinance update.
Thank you, Mayor. This is a discussion on our sidewalk vendor ordinance and how it's going with the implementation of that. And Sandra Molina is our Deputy Director of Development Services, and she's here to present this item.
Good afternoon, Madam Mayor, members of the City Council. As indicated by the City Manager, I'm going to provide an update of our sidewalk vendor ordinance. Before I get into that, though, I wanted to introduce, for those who may not have met, Justin Gardner, our new Code Compliance Manager. So he's been here all of almost 4 weeks. So with that, just to give a little bit of background, our sidewalk vendor ordinance was adopted in February 25th, 2023. Again, a sidewalk vendor, just really quick, a person who sells food or merchandise, uses a push cart, a stand, what have you, and it's on a public sidewalk or other pedestrian path. This ordinance is applicable to stationary sidewalk vendors and roaming sidewalk vendors. Our ordinance that the City Council conducted several study sessions and/or hearings on. It's consistent with Senate Bill 946 and Senate Bill 972. 946 is the bill that established a lot of provisions for the permitting of sidewalk vendors, limited to time, place, and manner, objective health and safety standards as far as placing regulations on an ordinance. It also removed any criminal penalties related to enforcement on sidewalk vendors, meaning it's not a misdemeanor, it's a administrative violation. SB 972 was more recent, and that really affected health departments. That 972 was intended to provide a more efficient and streamlined process for food vendors to be licensed. And so it would allow for limited food preparation of a sidewalk vendor, heating, frying, or baking, assembly of non-prepackaged foods. It allows a vendor to partner with a micro enterprise home kitchen or a cottage food operation for the supply of food that's to be sold. And there's also the law requires that the health department license compact mobile food operations over 25 square feet. But with regard to those bills, our ordinance is consistent with those bills. We did put operational requirements and prohibitions in place. The vendor needs to get a permit, display those permits. They got to operate on a public sidewalk, not in medians, so that's prohibited, and within approved hours of operation. Comply with all health permits, keep your area nice and clean. Again, stationary vendors cannot vend in residential areas. Mobile food vendors can, they just have to move. And there are hours that are more listed in the ordinance. Our ordinance does provide for removal or seizure of product or equipment based upon whether it's a perishable food, goods, merchandise, or the actual facility, meaning the actual cart, depending on its location or if it's an imminent threat to public health and safety or welfare. Those are provisions in our code. With regard to fines, again, these are administrative violations, and so only administrative citations. There is a scheme as far as citation amounts based upon a licensed vendor or an unlicensed vendor. And of course, there's a requirement to potentially reduce the fine amount or reduce the fine amount with the vendor demonstrates there's no ability to pay those fines. There's a hardship provision. You may recall that when we last talked about the sidewalk vendor ordinance, we had a tiered approach, so to speak, as far as enforcement. First was to educate, to obtain compliance. And so we did prepare, the Code Compliance Department prepared applications in English and Spanish. We also prepared this flyer. You see a portion of it here on the slide, again in English and Spanish. And so our approach was to make contact with vendors, advise them of the code requirements, provide them the flyer, tell them there is a process to get licensed, encourage them to get licensed. And at the time that we made contact, to advise them to stop vending or to relocate to an area that does allow vending. So that was our first step, and really one of the issues or concerns expressed is that the education, it's providing the information, but we're still having vendors out vending without permits. I will go back and say, so when we first adopted our ordinance, we did have food vendors approaching the city saying, I want to get a permit. Unfortunately, at the time, Riverside County Environmental Health was not issuing any permits because they were looking to see how to become compliant with SB 972. They have recently, within the last month or so, started saying, send your applicants down here. We have a process now. We can license mobile food vendors. And so I suspect that we may get some mobile food vendor applications in the near future. But what do we do for now? And I just wanted to have this discussion with the City Council because we do understand that concerns have been expressed with regard to food vending. But I wanted to provide some data to the City Council to really get a sense from the Council, the direction with regard to prioritization of the response to enforcement. So within the time period of when the ordinance was adopted, February 25th to September 5th, we looked at our data as far as all requests, meaning all complaints that are received either via email, phone, or our My Cathedral City app. So the total reported during this time period is 1,248. So then we broke that down to citizen reported and employee reported because, as you know, we do have a component of code enforcement that spends a few hours every week traveling through our city and identifying Go requests or My Cathedral City app requests that should be submitted for some sort of resolution. So when you break that down, 788 are citizen reported. Now within these numbers of total reported 1,248, 140 of them are vendors. We break it down further, 38 are citizen reported, 102 have been employee reported. Now that's 102 because, again, our educational efforts to give vendors the flyers, the information, every time we made a contact, we recorded that on our end. So you do see that 102 is that effort. But when we look at all the requests or complaints that come in during this time period, citizen-reported complaints on vendors is less than 5% of the complaints we received. And so you look at that and you think about with all the complaints we received, the issues we have out there, visual blight, excessive storage, parking on landscaping, for us, for code compliance and for us, we're looking at where the demand is. And just statistically speaking, we're not seeing a lot of citizen-reported complaints with respect to street vendors. And so we would like some more direction from the City Council on that. If the City Council does want code enforcement to prioritize responses to street vendors, we can do that. But what we would recommend then is to allow us to look at a licensing campaign. And this is something that our code compliance manager and I have discussed. Justin has extensive experience with county. He comes from the county of Riverside, so he has a lot of contacts with the county of Riverside. And so what he would recommend is that we look at a licensing campaign, social media, to educate not just vendors about the process, but also educate our community that the reasons why you want to visit a licensed vendor, you know, the health and safety aspects, the food aspects, just having the food handler certificate, if you're going to buy product from a vendor. We also want to create a toolkit to help vendors get licensed. And then also partnering with environmental health and other services have a licensing fair to get people licensed. That's the approach we would like to take if that is the desire of the City Council. Give us an opportunity to try that approach, then look at whether we need to go to that next step of citations or removal or seizure, and the effectiveness of that approach. And with that, I conclude my presentation, and I'm happy to respond to comments and obtain direction and input.
Great. Thank you so much, Sandra. And I just had one question before I open it up to questions from the council. Out of the resident complaints, it said 38. So would you know offhand how many of those were for legal versus illegal vendors? I mean, when you went out there, were the people licensed? You know, were they?
In response to that, Mayor, no, because we've only licensed one vendor.
Oh, all right.
In all of our
Okay,
this time.
okay, thank you, that speaks. Mayor Pro Tem, thank you.
Thank you, Sandra. On the toolkit, what would be inside the toolkit?
Well, let's bring up Justin, because he has some great ideas about how we would do this licensing campaign.
Good afternoon, council. So in the toolkit, we can form it to fit whatever the needs that we have, and we can, louder? I'm sorry. Is that better? So with the toolkit, we can formulate that however we see fit, and it can ebb and flow with response from the community. But basically, applications, all the forms that they're going to need, everything to simplify the process of them getting legal. Because ultimately, we want voluntary compliance from the vendors. So if we can pre-package something that we can hand them along with the educational aspect and basically make it as simple and easy as possible for them to come into compliance, then that will help us ease into the enforcement aspect if we have to go that route, that we've given all opportunities.
So the toolkit would only be for a few months, something to that effect, or would it be an ongoing?
Correct. So the initial thought on this plan 1.2 would be to, for 30 to 60 days, open this up to do a really big push to the community through social media, our PIO, community engagement, handing out the flyers, make a big thing of it for that 30 to 60 day time frame leading up to the vendor expo or the licensing fair, bringing in all those other stakeholder agencies from the county, other NGOs or non-governmental organizations that can assist with these things, whatever outreach we can, bring it all in, kind of like we just did with the flood response, but vendor specific. Give them that opportunity, that day to come in, fill out all their paperwork, get their processes going to become legal, and then from that point forward, start upping it for the enforcement for that next 30 to 60 day period after the fair.
One last question and comment. Yeah, I see them around the neighborhood. You know, some look pretty nice, some look pretty ragged. Is there going to be some kind of a official aesthetically, I mean, a piece of cardboard with spray paint? It looks really bad, you know. So is there any way we could manage, if they are in compliance, if they're doing everything right, that their signage is going to be appropriate? I know restaurants or businesses on town, they got to go through a process
Sure.
to be able to represent their wares. So are we able to control the aesthetics and the appearance of these?
I'm going to take an easy out on that one. As Deputy Director Molina had mentioned, I've been here 4 weeks.
All right,
The
thank
first
you.
couple were flood response related. Let me dive a little bit more into what's already approved in the city ordinances in regards to signage and vendor specific. And if not, that's always something that we can explore to modify or add to our existing ordinances.
You know, I would suggest, Sandra, something that, you know, paper signs are not allowed, maybe banner signs would be okay, professionally done, something to that effect. I think it would just pretty take the paint off the eyes a little bit, you know, so unless you have another idea or something like that.
We will definitely take a look at that. The ordinance doesn't talk about signage. The sidewalk vendor ordinance does not, but we can rely on other provisions of our code.
Okay, thank you.
Great, thank you. And Councilman Gutierrez.
Thank you. My first question is this. Now, or not question, but comment. Now, most of the problems that we have with legal vendors is vendors that are pretty much within a residential area. Very few are in the commercial zone. Now, what we can do is, first of all, maybe make copies of applications, deliver it to them for a month and a half. Then, after that, make sure that either they comply, they apply for the application for a permit, and after that, we have to make sure we endorse every single ordinance, not just this one, or we can't pick and choose. We have to endorse whatever violation is taking place. Now, when we give them this application, when we go out there, we have to make sure that we not only give them the application, but we have to make them go on their way. We can't just leave them stay there, because this, of course, as we addressed, we're giving them an opportunity to do this legally. They're not obeying what we came up with. They're not obeying the ordinance. So I will make sure that in residential areas, we have zero tolerance for this. Make them go their way. I've called many times because I hear from residents, not just this lady. I don't like it myself, and there's other residents that don't like it as well. It's aesthetics. It's not good. We don't want people in my front my front yard stopping every 5 minutes or every 3 minutes, getting something, someone selling fruit or whatever they're selling. So I want to make sure that they do it right, and if it's legal, I'll support them. But if it's not, we have to make sure that we enforce every single ordinance that we have, and zero tolerance in residential areas. Now, how long are we going to educate these people for? We have to make sure that we don't do this for, in 5 years, we'll be talking about the same thing. I want to make sure you tell us what you need to make sure that we give you we guide you properly to enforce it. But I want you to make sure that you enforce every single ordinance that we have. Not just, we're busy doing this. No, for every resident in Cathedral City, whatever they call for is important to them. So I cannot say, enforce this, well, you only got 1 out of 1,000. Let's not enforce that one because it's not important. No, you're telling that resident, your complaint is not important. When it is a violation of our ordinance. So in order to address this, yes, go out there, provide and bring them the application, have them complete it, do this maybe a month later or so, or 2, or 3, whatever my colleagues agree with. And then after that, zero tolerance in residential areas. That's what I believe. Thank you.
Great, thank you. Councilmember Ross.
Okay, first I have to admit to my other council members that when I kept assuring you that I'd done it, I kept hitting never mind. I'd click my name and then I'd click never mind. What on earth? It's been that kind of a day. So I don't have any actual input to the ordinance, and I want to listen to what people have to say. But I did notice one thing that I found, it's far from alarming, but something I consider, was when you talked about times of day people could use their carts. And in residential, where it's a rolling cart, where a vendor moves around, they could be there till 8 p.m. And 6 months of our year, we're dark by 8 p.m. And I'm not fond of the idea of strangers in neighborhoods after dark. And I just think that we could amend that to a lesser time, as we do for permanent vendors. I think they have to close at an earlier time than that. And that would be my only, now I'm going to hit never mind appropriately.
Great, thank you. And Councilman Gregory.
Much for your presentation, and I know one of your questions was prioritizing. You said, what did you want to know or get some guidance on prioritizing? And then I hear colleagues say, well, all codes should be prioritized and all should be enforced. So I'm not sure how you're going to do that, but I guess my question would be, if we say this is the highest priority code, what kind of other codes do you routinely enforce that then would be not priority?
And that's a very good question and a comment that you bring up, Council Member, because we would, depending on the level of enforcement and the resources that it would take, obviously impacts us in other areas. For instance, and yes, we do have a municipal code and all those sections do need to be enforced, but the reality is there's hundreds, if not thousands, provisions in our codes, and so we do need to look at that and see how do we prioritize that. And for instance, trash cans, right? We have some residents in our community that, that is the biggest concern for them, and that's okay, that's their biggest concern for them, but how we approach that enforcement. What we do is we go into that area, into that neighborhood, and we put one of those stickers on the trash can that says, hey, you got to screen your trash can 12 hours after trash service. That is enforcement. That's not the enforcement of, we're writing a citation to that property owner because their trash can's not screened. We're educating them, and we're not treat it as if it were a health and safety issue, where we would do more extensive enforcement on that. So that's what I mean, is that we would enforce. However, the level of enforcement is something that we would adjust based upon the severity and the data.
Okay. So, as you're saying, there's hundreds, if not thousands, of codes. So you use some, and I heard you say health and safety. So that must be one of the factors that you consider. But you have to use discretion, right? How you're going to utilize your time or have your officers use their time.
Correct.
Is that what I'm hearing?
That is correct. That's a
I don't think any
consideration.
of us want to have rules on the books that then aren't enforced. So I think everybody agrees with that. But in the real world, it's just not practical to try to enforce every rule all the time. So I know we have a representative from the police department here, so I want to let you know there are codes about speeding, and there are codes about stop signs, and there are codes about improper lane changes. These are very dangerous in our city. So could you please enforce all of the violations of those 3 simple laws all the time in our city? And that's a rhetorical question, so you don't have to answer that, because I think anybody would look at that and say, well, as much as we would like to, and we do make decisions as a council when it comes to budget time, those types of things, to be able to give the police department the tools to enforce traffic violations that involve safety, that we understand, well, doesn't mean they're going to be able to enforce all of them all the time. They have to use some discretion, and they have to continually strive to do better as circumstances. A lot of that's council approved funding, personnel, other issues. So I believe those same types of constraints would apply to your department, correct? If we were able to give you endless funding to be able, and you were somehow then able to translate it into hiring as many code officers as you could possibly need, my guess would be that you would be able to enforce all of our codes a lot better and more often and more thoroughly. But especially be part of management, but even all the way down to the officer's discretion, usually comes to making some decisions as to how you're going to use your time and energy. So that's why I asked I know you asked for some feedback on priority, and I guess I would say, well, as a council member, I want you to give it the proper priority, as the best priority that you can, but considering priority for other issues in the city, and then also considering your constraints as to budget, personnel, and other things. So I guess that would be my direction. I certainly would want all of our codes enforced, including this one, but I think that code needs to also do the best that they can with the resources and personnel that they have, and including properly enforcing this one. And again, we get back to how some of the other ones that I spoke about actually are violations of the law for the police department, or some of many of the codes you enforce are violations of the law. This is not actually a law violation, it's an administrative issue. So right there, I would say legally, you're not going to be able to give it the same priority response that you're going to be able to deal with other ones, especially ones that have a health and safety hook to them. So I don't know if that helps a little bit, but I think that's, at least for me, that's a more practical answer than saying enforce all the laws all the time. It would be saying, well, enforce the best that you can, prioritizing those on some factors like health and safety and others, utilizing the resources that you have.
And Mayor, if I could ask a follow-up on this, because I was going to ask a question about what zero tolerance means to the council. First, is that the council's direction? And if it is, I have to put some caveats around that because we really do have some severe limitations under state law as to our remedies available for street vendors. Keep in mind that even if a street vendor is, I'm going to use air quotes, illegal, meaning they don't have a permit, they haven't even filed an application, the most we can do is issue an administrative citation. And we have to issue that administrative citation 3 different times to get to the highest fine amount. And even then, we have to take them through an administrative process and allow them to have their fine reduced if they have an inability to pay. And this is by way of saying the state has thrown its weight behind saying we want to support street vendors, which makes it very difficult for local jurisdictions to do anything that's tremendously effective. Certainly, we can go out and notice people, we can try to get them licensed, but even if they're not licensed, at best, we're moving them from place to place periodically, frequently. And so if that's where you want us to, if that's part of the zero tolerance thing, I think we need to hear, yes, we want to devote resources to moving them along, moving them out. An option we have is confiscating their goods, but that's difficult because we just can't confiscate goods necessarily, and even if we do, we have to have a place to store them, and we have to have an administrative process that transports it, keeps it safe, gives them a review and reclaiming period and a hearing in order to release their goods. If it's perishable materials, well, that's difficult to save. Obviously, if they're spoiled, we can dispose of them. But really, that's what we're left to. Moving them along, finding them, or seizing the materials. And that's if they're unpermitted. If they're permitted, but they have some kind of violation, it really has to be a gross violation. And still, we have to go through this 3-step. Administrative fine, administrative fine, administrative fine. And so if the council wants to take a zero tolerance approach, to me that means don't do a licensing campaign, which I would recommend, by the way. I think that's a wonderful idea. It won't be a one-time shot because every year you'll probably have to repeat that because there's new potential vendors all the time. But if we're going to initiate a zero tolerance, then I think you really are looking for us to try to confiscate what either their stands or the materials so that they can't do it anymore. And we'll have to deal with the legal ramifications of that because I think our experience here and in other cities is that repeated administrative fines for people who can't pay them and we can't do anything criminally, but we can't issue an infraction and we can't issue a misdemeanor violation, which means the police can't do anything for just the licensing part. So we can certainly come up with an approach to get people licensed. We can come up with an approach to try to, make sure that people aren't in areas they're supposed to be in, make sure that they have appropriate health permits. That's a big issue. Got to have the health permit. But at the end of the day, it really means moving them along and going through the citation process. It's not going to be putting them in jail or issuing them even infractions. And so if you could give us some guidance on maybe what zero tolerance means, or if you're even embracing that concept, that would be helpful.
Okay, and you had mentioned, one or both of you had mentioned about this licensing campaign and that you had experience with that. How effective was that? Do you have that?
So I have experience at the county and their robust approach to vendor enforcement. The county never implemented this. This was something that in my few weeks here and having this discussion that I brainstormed and thought that would be a good look for the city to provide.
I see. Okay. And you don't know, but I'm a retired educator, and my attitude is always, you do better when you know better. But I don't know, and I'm interested to hear about with the other council how they have that take on that, because the licensing campaign, if we show everybody who's interested in doing this is what the expectation of the city is, then we can safely comfortably say this is our benchmark, and you're not meeting it. So And Councilman Gutierrez.
Yes, thank you. Now, out of probably 10 vendors at any given time within our city, from what I've witnessed, there's probably 2 or 3 owners of these vending locations. I've witnessed trucks dropping off 2 of these vendors. One of them was in a trailer and had about 4 of these carts. Now, how can you issue, this is maybe a question for our city attorney here, how can you issue a citation to someone that doesn't have an ID or a driver's license? That's what I've been told, that why or how are you going to issue a citation when they have no documentation at all as to identify themselves? And also, if we just, for instance, just concentrate, our city manager told me we could not do anything until we have proof of who drops them off and picks them up. Guess what? I stood out there and I stayed in my car for almost an hour or so until I caught the people picking up those vendors. And the owners were not the people that were vending. The people that picked them up were the owners. They picked up 2 in each vehicle. Okay? Now, like I mentioned, there was a trailer with about 5 or 6 of these that drove by. All you have to do is catch one of these, be stern, and you don't have to educate that many people. You have to educate the owner of it. And we have to make sure that we let them know we have a process. We're willing to work with you. And you cannot do this in residential areas. So I think that if these vendors, the owners of these vending locations, you can say, are pretty much addressed, the problem will subside or be reduced. And then also, what are we going to do when a citation is issued when they get to stay there until they finish their entire shift? I mean, are we talking to just a wall or a pole that we have no authority to tell them, you know what, you have to move your way? Here's a citation. Well, we can't issue a citation. You can say violating our ordinances, but we can't do anything about it. There has to be something we can do about it. I don't know what it is. That's where a city attorney comes in. What do we do?
Well, I think your comments and your frustration highlights one of our frustrations. A lot of the tools that we've been given by the state aren't very effective. We can issue citations to people if we can get a name. You know what the chances of them showing up to participate in the procedure are. And even if we catch them again, we issue them a second citation. That's unlikely that they pay it. I can't address the safety issues or even if there's any due process issues about approaching somebody in a car. Obviously, if we could find the owner, we could cite the owner, and that might be more effective. But I'd have to ask the police department whether or not it's feasible to do any kind of stakeout type. I don't even know if code enforcement has that kind of resources to stake out corners in the city to be able to wait for the owners. And even then, all the person has to say is, no, I'm not the owner, I'm just the driver, and doing that. So really what you would have to do is run the license plate and follow up that way. And that's a police activity. But code enforcement can't run that license plate by themselves. So we can continue, like I said, cite them and move them. We can move them. They don't have to be in the same location, and they have to be moving, but that takes a certain amount of human work hours to follow them, check back with them, and move them along with a bucket of flowers or oranges or whatever it is that they're, other goods that they're selling. My guess is that most of these aren't setting up a shop where they're cooking and providing food. It's something that they can provide out of a container and easily dispense. So it becomes a matter of moving them around
But how are you going
until
to
they figure
issue-
out that that's not a good use of their time.
How are they going to issue a citation if they have no ID, no way of identifying themselves?
You have to ask the person's name and write their name on the citation. And again, it's an administrative fine, and it's only as useful as the person showing up to participate in the system. That's what I'm saying. If we don't, the state doesn't allow us to take any criminal action. I can't issue you a misdemeanor, or the police department can't go out there, issue a misdemeanor citation and make you show up in court, and if you don't show up in court, you've got a warrant, or otherwise do some process for somebody who doesn't have any ID. We can't do any of that with these vendors under state law. All we're left to do is issue an administrative citation, or move them, or confiscate their goods. We have those three options.
So same
Now-
vendor shows up as Jose one day, gets cited as Jose. Tomorrow, same vendor's there, they ask him his name is Luis. What do we do?
Move them, confiscate their goods, and issue a citation.
So take a picture, you think it's good to take a picture to document it?
Well, sure, anything that helps document the identity of the person so you can identify them the next time around, that would help.
So that's an idea, to take a picture of them, identify them, take a picture of them. If they're anywhere within the city without a permit, make sure that we try to address it as,
But again, let's
Proper
play that out. Let's say we get to the third time and we issued them a $1,000 citation, and they're still there. We can't arrest them. We can't issue them an infraction, and we can't issue them a misdemeanor citation. We can't put them through the criminal justice system. We're left to go through our administrative system. So that leaves us with moving them, confiscating their goods, and continue to cite them.
But
How do we go about-
Do we really have the option of confiscating their goods if there's not a health and safety issue?
If it's contraband, if it's in the wrong location and they're refusing to move it, then yes, we can confiscate their goods. But then again, just fair to full disclosure, if it's non-perishable materials, we have to keep those. If it's their cart or whatever they're using, if it's a push cart or something, and we confiscate that, we have to hold on to it until somebody claims it. Now, when somebody comes to claim it, we can say, we're not releasing it until you pay the fines,
Put it outside and let it get rot.
but you still have to keep it safe for that due process period.
the mayor had a good question. If there's flowers, they get confiscated, what happens? They're going to die at some point.
Yes. And someone will either come and try to claim them or file a claim against the city, in which event then the owner will have been identified and will pursue legal action against them.
Okay. Now, if it's fruit, we confiscate it, what do we do with the fruit?
Same thing as the flowers.
We put it in a refrigerator, or we throw it away?
Well, we don't have the ability to safely store food,
Right.
so it ends up going away. Now, again, I've said this, the state has really put an emphasis on trying to support these activities. You realize that we can take a very hard approach by confiscating materials that could lead to a lawsuit against the city for harassment or violating the rights of the sidewalk vendors.
100%.
And I understand, I'm not saying fruity, flowery, we're going to clean up all the streets kind of stuff, because it's a very difficult area under the law, and we've been left with very few tools. And I apologize that it's frustrating, but write letters to your local assemblymen and senators.
Okay, thank you. And Councilman Gregory?
Yes. So yes, we started to touch on it, what the zero tolerance means, and to me, it doesn't mean that we walk ourselves off the cliff to an area that we may be the ones doing the illegal activity by seizing goods for reasons that we may be very carefully trying to word to make up, but aren't really in the intent of what the state allows. So I think that council needs to make their decision. I wouldn't support a decision that says, yes, this is going to be a priority, and we're going to, if they don't respond to us and they're not causing a health and safety issue, but we're going to try to say that they are, so that we can confiscate their goods or their carts, knowing that we're probably violating their rights and are risking the city's purse and time and attention and reputation as being someone that violates the rights of people, because that's the only tool that we see that we have left if the people won't abide by our administrative citations. You know, I think the city council has to decide, is that really what your priority is to use your code enforcement, your police, and your resources to do that, or whether we realize that this is likely to be an ongoing issue, just like trash cans and weeds growing in the yards and these other things, and that we have code use the resources that we've given them to address these as they can, and as the city attorney has said, to convince people, hopefully, to move on, or at least keep the number of violators in Cathedral City to a minimum, because they find other jurisdictions around us perhaps more welcoming to them. To me, that's just a realization that we have to have, that this is an ongoing thing. I wouldn't have us prioritize or take the zero tolerance to the extent that we're doing anything ourselves that's unlawful, unethical, or in violation of people's rights. Thank you, Mayor.
Great, thank you. And Councilmember Ross.
So I have listened, and I've thought about this a little bit. It almost reminds me of bootleg alcohol. And really the way that bootleg alcohol went away was we legalized alcohol. And then the people who had permits turned the people who didn't have permits in, because they wanted to continue having the permits. They wanted to have this business. They wanted to thrive. And so I'm not saying I think it should be a dog-eat-dog kind of a thing, but I would suspect that if we took a kinder approach and said, this is why we want you to get licensed. This is why we want you to succeed. And by getting this license, you will have a better success than that guy over there who doesn't have a license, because we don't have the same level of tolerance for people who don't have a license. We want him to get a license also, but you do it and see where it goes for you. And I would suspect that it may, not 100%, of course, because we still have people who make liquor in Louisiana, right? But you, or Kentucky maybe, but you may find that it somewhat takes care of itself as well. That is, they find that we are a kinder city to deal with if you follow the rules, and we find that they're good opportunities for our people who want flowers and toys, and we can all interchange, and those who don't have the licenses will become the pariah. And I think that happens by taking that initial kinder, supportive choice, not just, hey, if you don't shape up, but hey, what can we do? What can we do to help you? What can we do to help you get this license? What can we do to help you tell your owner or whatever that if you can get all your carts licensed, what a boon. You're going to sell more. Nobody's going to come around harassing you for that. It's going to be a benefit to you, and it's going to be a benefit to us too. And that's really how a good society works. Thanks.
Thank you. And Mayor Pro Tem.
Eric, would it be possible, it seems like we can't get to the top dog, the big guy, the cheese. So would it be possible for code compliance tells them at their vending area, they have to shut down immediately, and they can't sell for the rest of the day until their boss or their manager contacts the city, and just tell them to stop doing business. I would imagine if you don't have a business license and you open up a business, Cathedral City could walk in and say, hey, you got to shut down. You don't have a business license. So I don't know what makes these so different and so untouchable. But I kind of agree with Councilmember Ross. If we could help them improve the signage and help them improve the stands and the product, okay, so we can live with it. They're here to stay. The state wants it. But if we can help them, like Councilmember Ross says, but we have to get in touch with the person that has the say-so. So can we shut them down? Just tell them, hey, no more sales for the rest of the day until your boss either calls code compliance.
Legally, yes. Practically, I want to separate two different categories. There are the people who are operating the sidewalk vendor stand or whatever they're doing on their own. They have their own transportation. And then there's the ones that get dropped off.
And
it's the ones that get dropped off. We can absolutely say, you don't have a license, you're not prohibited to do anything. That doesn't mean they come and get picked up right away. They're still sitting in your city. And what they're going to do is they're going to move to another corner. And we'll go back again and move them to another corner.
They won't
and
be making any money, and that's when they're going to have to be forced to do something, and I apologize for interrupting.
Unless you sit with them all day. I mean, it's a practical problem, and I don't know, maybe we can get together and try to work a practical solution out. But the ones who get dropped off, and they're not their own owners, they've been given a certain commodity or fruit or vegetable or something to just sell, those are the most difficult ones to go out. If there's somebody who doesn't have a license who wants to be in the city every day, they're going to get a license because we're going to know them, we're going to see them, we know where they want, and they want a specific location they want to stay in, or they want a specific route. Those aren't the problems. The problem is the ones that get dropped off, they don't have any ID, we don't know who the boss is, and we really just either can take their stuff or move them along. I want to clarify, I didn't say it was a violation of the rights to confiscate the materials, because if they don't have a license, they aren't there legally, they can pick it up and move. But if they refuse to move from a location they're not licensed to be in, then we can take the materials. I don't necessarily recommend that as the first approach, but I think that would be legally okay as long as we have a place to put the materials. I wouldn't say we do that on the first encounter, however.
So as far as my opinion on the enforcement approach, I think there's a lot of great ideas there, but I think the one thing that we left out of there is concentrate on how do we get to the people that are dropping off and picking up. Like, somehow we're going to have to get to the bottom of it, and I think once you get there, they're going to fall into compliance, because they're making money. Right now, they just don't want to spend any money, and I get that. So I think that's one thing you should add to that. I'm good with what you got. The job fair, or the licensing fair, I don't know how that would work out, but getting to the top would be my suggestion. Thank you.
Great, thank you. And Councilman Gutierrez.
Yes, I hope you are getting a lot of great ideas how to actually enforce this a little better. And I think it's good that you came to council, but I think that the one that has to be enforcing this or actually working on this is our city manager, and in conversation with our city attorney. Because there has to be a way, for instance, someone gets caught speeding, there's a process that it has to go through. Well, this is the same way. We cannot let this go, especially if they're violating our ordinances. So I think that all the ideas that our city attorney suggestion and council here should be actually implemented. Thank you.
And council members, and I appreciate all of the feedback, and I think we've gotten some good guidance from the things that you said. I think we do have to, and I'm happy to spend some time working with Eric and Sandra and Justin to try to develop a strategy. I do think we have to be honest about what our limitations are. Many times there is one code enforcement officer on duty at a given time. And so if they tell somebody to move and they don't, and we can't sit there with them all day and wait for the guy to come pick them up, because that means nothing else is getting done if we have one officer on duty. And many hours of the day, that's the case. I think the seizure thing, I think that has to be reserved for only extreme circumstances, because that's something a code officer, in practical terms, can't do by themselves, which means that we've got to either bring in staff from somewhere else to help back them up on that, or involve law enforcement. And you've already heard that there's no criminal involvement with this because of the state law. And I'm very hesitant to, in fact, I think it would be a bad idea to involve law enforcement in something that's not a criminal matter. That's the kind of thing where you get people from the community saying, well, why aren't you out there catching thieves and people that are breaking into our cars and stuff, instead of harassing this guy, selling fruit on the corner, and can lead to other things. So I think we have to be really careful about that. So I would suggest that we get together, legal, Sandra, Justin, and myself. We'll figure out what things we can. I think we've heard the guidance that you've given, and what we can do to try to get to the owners as opposed to just the people standing on the corner, I think would be a priority. But I do think that we have to be honest with you all and with the community that because of the limitations that state law has put on us, our hands are pretty effectively tied and our toolbox is pretty small.
Mr. City Manager,
Thank you for that
from
summary.
what the city attorney said, there is ways to implement this and to minimize this. So we just have to implement a lot of the ideas that council came up with and our city attorney, taking pictures of them when they don't have an ID, first time, second time, and third time. So use a picture as an ID.
Absolutely, and we can definitely follow up on those kind of things. But I do caution you that things that's going to require a code enforcement officer to sit with them all day or to stake out an area all day or something like that, I think that that's going to be very, very difficult for us to do.
And if I can add to what the city manager said too, I think it comes to the question that staff have asked about prioritization. And if all of the codes are important and the desire is to enforce and be able to be responsive to the community's calls for service, if we do take a unit out of service all day or for an extended amount of time, then we do limit our ability to respond to the other community needs. And so that's where I think we are trying to find the right balance of what's the most effective response. And I think, with Justin too, is kind of coming in. We have some new eyes as well, working with Sandra, working with our public safety team to find out the best strategies to try to implement as effective of a response as we can.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you so much. And public comments.
So I don't have a request to speak form, but I believe that there are individuals that would like to speak. So Sunshine had indicated to me that she would like to provide comments. So we'll start with her.
Sunshine Herrera. One thing that I haven't heard from council is you guys opened us up to be a sanctuary city. You know who doesn't have this problem? Indio, La Quinta, Indian Wells, Palm Desert. You know who does? Our city, Palm Springs, the two sanctuary cities. You want people to pay a $1,000 fine when they can't even buy a house. You want to take cards from people who can't even legally get a job. Keep that in mind when you're talking about this. If I came over here legally, came into the city, then you took from me, I would love to sue a city to get some money if I'm only out there selling tamales. Just keep that in mind. Thank you.
Did you want to?
I highly recommend everyone in this chamber.
Yes,
I'm
speak
sorry.
into the
I'm
mic
sorry.
and then just state your name
Martha
for us.
Vistica.
Thank
I
you.
highly recommend, I can't say it strongly enough, everybody sitting here, look up on your phone and watch the KESQ expose on human trafficking. Because when you're dealing with cartels, they're going to thumb their nose at everything. I just see money wasted by the government with, well, let's educate them, let's do this, let's do that. I brought up the health issue. Serious health issue. All the licensing and permits in the world don't improve the sanitation. It's a health issue. To me as a citizen, I have a right to my health and welfare. My right supersedes some cartel-related drop-off guy being harassed, quote unquote. All the permits in the world don't improve sanitation, but please look up the expose by KESQ on human trafficking of illegal vendors. The majority of them are the result of human trafficking. They're from LA. The truck I have on my phone, area codes way out of this area. These people don't know where they're being dropped, and they will not answer any questions because they're scared to death, because they owe the cartel money. We're not dealing with mom and pops setting up shop to sell fruit to make money. We're dealing with human trafficking related to cartels. This is all related to human trafficking and cartels. Please watch that show, KESQ on human trafficking. You can get it on your phone. It's an eye-opener. These aren't mom and pops. These are being trafficked. Okay. And the sanitation issue is where I'm coming from too. This is a health crisis. And COVID #2 is making its rounds. All the permits in the world won't help sanitation. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other public comments?
Is there any other member of the public that wishes to comment on this item? I see no hands raised, Mayor.
Thank you. This is a presentation only for discussion and direction. There is no formal action required. And City Manager, are you clear, comfortable with our discussion?
Yes, I heard your discussion, I heard your comments, and we'll be working with the legal office and with code staff on some ideas.
Great, thank you so much. And now we'll move to closed session. Will the city attorney please read the closed session items?
I'll be happy to do that, Mayor. We have 2 items on our closed session today. The first is a conference with legal counsel with regard to 1 item of anticipated litigation. The second is a conference with your fire chief and police chief with regard to threat to public services and facilities.
Great, thank you. We'll recess to closed session. Thank you.
We're doing the presentation on the emergency, local emergency, and we'll probably have like 10 people here. Maybe not, but we for sure have some out there right now. Yeah, I figured it was fun. Yeah, I'm all, yeah, 5, we start back at
Tracy, are you ready? Good. Good evening. I would like to call the August. Oh. Good evening. I would like to call the August. No. Good evening. I would like to call the September 13th City Council meeting to order, and we're going to begin with the Pledge of Allegiance. Thank you.
All right, please rise if you're able and face the flag. Place your hand over your heart and repeat with me. I pledge allegiance
To the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Please remain standing.
Good evening, everyone. I've got a booming voice, so let's make sure my you guys hear me all right?
Yes, ma'am.
Good evening. Our residents have never experienced anything like this last month has brought us. Many of us are facing uncertainty and adversity. Today, I ask that we each look inside ourselves to find kindness for those affected, that we set aside our differences and find positive ways to come together, that we reach out to our neighbors and offer help and find the strength to share compassion and understanding. If you're able to help others, I ask that you give your time. For those with less time, please find other ways to help. In these times of loss, let us draw inspiration from the enduring nature of our humanity and the resilience of our shared city. Let us stand together as we face these challenges. May the strength of that unity be a light in the darkness, a source of comfort in the storm, and a testament to our spirit, for together we can and will overcome. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilman Gregory, and thank you, Councilman Ross, for those lovely words. City Clerk, may we have a roll call, please?
Councilmember Gutierrez.
Here.
Councilmember Gregory.
Here.
Councilmember Ross.
Here.
Mayor Pro Tem Carnevale. Mayor Lamb.
Here. Are there any changes to the agenda?
I have no changes, Mayor.
Great. We'll begin tonight with one, local emergency items, update on emergency actions related to Tropical Storm Hillary. Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor. There's a lot that has happened in the last 3 weeks, and I think it's important that we provide you with a comprehensive update on the things that the city and the staff and the community together have done to address the situation. I'm going to start with Ann Ambrose, our Assistant City Manager, who did much of the day-to-day management of the emergency, and particularly during the planning phase, which led up to the storm on the 20th of August. So you'll notice that throughout we have indicated that there were meetings of our virtual Emergency Operations Center. We call them team planning meetings. Those are on almost every day. We'll probably won't read through that every time and just say there was another meeting, but you'll notice that that was just about every day. So I'll let Ann go through the preparation phase. Following that, Chief Contreras will provide an update on the events that happened during the event itself, and then following that, we'll have a discussion of what has happened during the recovery phase. Ann.
Mayor and members of council, good evening. So the situation that we're talking about is what's happened within our community as a result of Tropical Storm Hillary. And so, as we are all too well aware, is that Hurricane Hillary, before it was downgraded to a tropical storm, prompted the first ever tropical storm watch for Southern California. Anticipated was widespread flood warnings issued throughout Southern California, including Cathedral City as well as throughout the Coachella Valley, and high wind warnings also predicted. As the staff looked at what we anticipated needing to do in response to this storm event, we looked at the sort of activities that we generally use during emergency management, and also just looking at a variety of different problems. And so within the emergency management cycle, there's 4 stages really that local government uses to respond to potential emergencies. So there's the preparedness, response, discovery, and mitigation phase. How do we prepare? We're looking at a large storm event. It's going to have potential heavy rainfalls in excess of what we normally see. The staff engaged in a lot of preparedness activities, which I'm going to go through as part of this presentation. Then we're going to transition down to the response. The storm hits. What did the city do? And that's when Chief Contreras is going to present to you information about what the city's response was on those initial hours when the rains hit, and especially when the mud flows hit in our community. We're going to transition to the discussion about recovery. So after all of the initial response efforts happen between our first responders and public safety and our public works staff, what are the additional efforts leading forward to help the city recover, not only us as a governmental agency, but within the community? And then the final stage of that is mitigation. What are efforts and actions that could mitigate the impacts of the disaster, make it less impactful? And there's going to be some discussion of that as part of this presentation, but those are also going to be ongoing discussions of, with the damages that have been caused throughout the Coachella Valley and beyond, how does that change the way water flows through our drainage areas in our communities? And what are other things that we might need to look at for mitigation efforts? Oops, sorry. So talking about preparedness. So just this particular picture was a slide from the fire station efforts to provide sandbags to our local residents. And this is Mayor Lamb and Chief Contreras at one of those days of sandbagging events. But our preparedness for this storm incident actually started way earlier. So from Friday, August 11th through Thursday, August 14th, our public works staff were very busy in the field servicing all of our drainage locations. They serviced 135 drains located throughout the city and cleared all of our retention basins and spillways in preparation for what we anticipated would be some heavy rainfall. Communications and media was also very important, not only in the preparedness phase of this incident, but throughout this whole event in our community. And so leading up to the storm, our communications team, which is the party of one, Ryan Hunt, along with the PIOs from our fire and our police department, spent a lot of effort putting messaging out to our community, advising residents of the threats, advising of the rain events, advising of the flood warnings, advising what we would like them to do. So asking residents to stay home, asking them to stay off the roads, so that if we know how things normally work on a normal rain event in our community, but anticipating the heavy rainfalls that we were going to see, it was really important to have residents stay at home, stay off the streets, shelter in place, so that if our public safety personnel had to effect rescues or if roadways got flooded out, we didn't want more people caught up in flooding situations, we didn't want people to be swept away, and we didn't want there to be additional calls for service or a heavy usage of public safety because we knew it would be a busy night. The slide before you just explains a little bit of what the impact of those communications efforts have been. So we've seen a nearly 800% increase in our Facebook reach, a 732% increase on Instagram. We had national news coverage to Cathedral City for a community that usually in this area, Palm Springs, everyone knows Palm Springs. Because of the communication that our mayor and our PIO did, the attention statewide and nationwide actually came to our community. And this is really essential as we needed to tell the message throughout the state, to the county, to our state representatives, and to the governor's office of the level of damages that we were seeing just in the first days here in our community. And so listed is also some of the coverage and some of the outlets that we had direct reports on, both, again, early on as well as throughout. So starting on Thursday, before the storm, were the city's first public social media posts on our various social media outlets regarding the storm and the flooding. Cathedral City was contacted by the Coachella Valley Economic Partnership Programming, offering the donation of thousands of sandbags, and we took them up on that, as well as many of the other Coachella Valley cities. In our community, in Cathedral City with the efforts of Public Works crews and the fire department crews assisting residents. Over 30,000 sandbags were filled and distributed at our local fire stations to help residents prepare themselves. And throughout the Coachella Valley, through the efforts of that donation from CVEP, over 200,000 sandbags were distributed. Also in anticipation, Public Works did their pre-staging of barricades at key locations throughout the city that we know typically are roads and areas that flood. They prepared and serviced their equipment in anticipation of the storm and contracted our third-party contractors to make sure that they were going to be available if things got bigger than what our local staff could handle. And we have a very small staff on a day-to-day basis, and so we know what we can normally handle with our usual type of flood events, but staff are looking ahead because the situation that was being predicted was unlike anything that we've seen here in Southern California. So Friday, August 18th was the first day that, as the city manager said, our kind of virtual EOC group met. So this was our executive team from Public Works, Fire, Police Department, the city manager and myself, our communications manager, our building official, and finance. And we had our first meeting to really talk about, okay, what's coming at us? What do we anticipate the needs are? What kind of staffing level do we think is going to be necessary to address the problems coming for us? We, again, did continued communication to our residents about sandbags and just all of the different messaging about the potential for flooding, the potential for winds, and the need to stay at home and stay off the roads as much as possible. By Friday, all of the departments in the city had reviewed their staffing plans and made sure that additional personnel were available and scheduled. And specifically, Public Works, our police department, and fire department all had additional personnel scheduled and ready to go before the storm. So by Saturday, again, by 4:30 p.m., we continued to meet. We continued our messaging. The police department took proactive steps to reach out to our unhoused community, especially those that might stay under our drainage areas, and tried to make contact with all of them, warn them about the storms, get them out, and get them to safety. And that was a news story that was also picked up by KESQ. Preemptively, knowing that these roads normally, are potentially subject to flooding, Los Gatos at Date Palm was closed due to the severe weather forecast. Vista Chino at the Wash was closed at midnight at the direction of Palm Springs. And the fire chief instructed an upstaffed crew to prepare the city's EOC in case it was needed, and that effort was led by Captain Valenti. Our formal EOC location is at the fire headquarters building. And so, again, I think one of the main things that really helped overall the whole city in this really intensive incident that happened, and that we didn't have more problems throughout the whole community, were that the residents listened, and that throughout, while the main impacts of the storm impacted a few small areas in our community very intensely, it could have been so much worse had the residents not listened to the warnings and just did their normal activities and stayed on the roadways and didn't listen. And I think the community messaging really helped out, and our residents really took that and heeded that advice. But with that, I'm going to turn this now over to Chief Contreras, our fire chief, and since he was the lead of our response, our field response to the storms, and he's going to walk you through what that looked like and talk to you more about that. Thank you.
Thank you, Ann. Mayor Pro Tem, Council. As much as this was a terrible event, okay, and I'm gonna pick my words carefully. This was an incident, okay? It was a incident that obviously happened in Cathedral City, but it was an incident. And as I'm gonna walk you through this, I think we need to keep that in mind. It was absolutely terrible, but we were prepared for each eventuality, right? As the complexity of this incident changed, the men and women of the fire department, the police department, the public works, they all came together. We used what's called the Master Mutual Aid System within the state of California. We used it exactly as it was designed. So as I start off, this is how the Master Mutual Aid is set up, right? Cathedral City is a small city, has limited resources. So when we go to an incident like the first one, the on-scene responders, and things start to escalate and we need more resources, then we go to local government. In this area, we have both CAL FIRE and we have our partners at Palm Springs. And I'll guide you through that. When there's not enough resources in that area, we move to the operational area, right? Which is a little bit bigger. Then we move to the region and ultimately the state. And as I go through this, you will see that we exercise and, our relationships with these different agencies. We went into unified command, and as we needed, they supplied. And that was the key, in my mind, to the success, to where we had, and I'll say this multiple times, there was no loss of life. And something that is unpredictable like this, that comes in at 11 o'clock at night when it's pitch black, you're going into areas that you don't know what's 10 feet in front of you. And I think as we go through this, you're going to see some pictures of not only police officers, but firefighters that really put themselves in harm's way to accomplish the task, right? Not just Cathedral City, but Palm Springs, CAL FIRE, and even resources that we got from Cal OES, the military assets. So as we got into this, again, we've talked multiple times. We had the planning meetings. We had Public Works. Early on in the day on Sunday, we had 4 vehicles disabled. And again, we were very proactive in our messaging to stay off the roads, stay indoors. And there were still people that, for whatever reason, needed to go out. I will tell you, in my opinion, it was because of those PSAs that we were able to get out there that it wasn't, we still had a decent amount of rescues. We had a decent amount of assists, right? And I think it's important to look at our verbiage when we kind of decide what did we do, right? Is it an ambulatory person that the water's not moving and we just assisted them out of their vehicle to high ground so they could get out? Or was this a non-ambulatory person and we had to actually be their arms and legs to get them out? Because what we saw throughout the day was a variety of that. You see that at 2:40, and I was at Fire Station 2, and you could see this. Anybody who was out, the rain was starting to escalate, right? And as we saw that, these were the pictures that we had from our engines when we were returning. We're routinely halfway up the wheel of the engine. So even for a piece of equipment that's 50,000 pounds, it's still, with the amount of moving waters, it was still challenging. Like I said, we did the PSA, asked everybody to stay off the roads. Public Works, again, they were out there in the rain with us as we were getting information back to dispatch that where we saw the flooding, Public Works was going out there and shutting the roads. One of the things that we plan for, but in an event like this, you don't plan for your 911 system to go down, right? And in Cathedral City, the 911 system is run by the police, but it dispatches both police and fire. So we're all impacted. As you look at this, not only did we lose the 911, but we were able to make that transfer, okay, from the 911 system to the business lines without any calls, and then continue on, right? Forget the storm, forget all the things that are going on, just to be able to manage that amount of calls. And if you look at what does that mean? For this 24-hour period, there was 1,395 calls. So again, do the math. There's, I think, 8 dispatchers that were in there. It was nonstop, and it was because of their professionalism and commitment to where it was almost seamless, right? So they always look at maybe the police officers or the firefighters that are out there, but if we can't get the information from the dispatchers, then it kind of makes everything else a moot point. That 1,300 was a 240% increase. And so what I would like to do is recognize the dispatchers for their efforts. I know not everyone is here tonight, but I would still like to mention their name. Sergeant Brian Barkley, if you could come up when I call your name. Scott Clayton, Rebecca Rodriguez, Danielle Tapia, Lorraine Rodriguez, Maribel Amazon, if you could just come up front, Christina Duginia, and John Guzman. So as we get into the rescue operations, this was a collage just kind of looking at the first day. I don't want you to look at the men and women of the fire department. I want you to look at their legs, okay? And I want you to look at the mud. And I want you to look at the depth, okay? What you see, again, most of these gentlemen are 6 feet plus tall. So you can see that mud is 3 to 4 feet high. Okay, and as we go through this, I think it tells a pretty compelling story. If you look at the picture in the lower right, the second from the left, that's Juan Ramirez. Okay, he was on Horizon and he was chest deep in mud. Okay, if anybody can imagine that, like quicksand. Okay, so a lot of our decisions, and do we go, do we no go, do we continue to do the rescue, was doing this well, we're 5 feet deep in mud. So again, it's dark. It's we don't know, other than there was a debris flow, we really don't know much more than that. So what initiated this? Okay, at 11:03, the Union Pacific called dispatch and asked, said their train was trapped. And this entire area, you can see, this is now at 6 o'clock in the morning when this took place at 11 o'clock at night. You can see the washout. From this bridge, our initial engine 3, came down that hill. Again, pitch black darkness. We're able to get to the locomotive. Once they got to the locomotive, they were able to connect with the 3 personnel and figure out how they were going to get out there. Again, you can see this water rushing up to mid-thigh level. They couldn't come back this way because of the way the washout had happened. So how do you get out of there? This isn't something that's in a book. It's not something you can even plan for. They get out and they walk 3.1 miles down to Bob Hope, have our ambulance, at this time the freeway wasn't closed down, have our ambulance go down there and pick them up and bring them back so that they can, and at that point, they were kind of isolated on the freeway overpass, okay, because they came back on the freeway, but Dave Palm was, so the thought where we upstaffed, again, put that extra engine in ambulance, turned out to really be helpful, because if we didn't do that, we would have been short 1 ambulance and 1 engine. Because until later on in the event, when there was a medical emergency at AM/PM, they were able to, but they were kind of isolated because they rescued those 3 people. Then, shortly thereafter, multiple calls for Vista Chino at Horizon. 2 vehicles were stranded. We did bring additional units, okay? At this point, we've got multiple calls coming in. We are prioritizing. That will be a theme from the very beginning until we finish on Monday afternoon, is as these calls are coming in, we're prioritizing, reprioritizing based on life, okay, and the threat to life. So there are some people that were sheltered in place. They were in their homes, but there was a little bit of damage out front, but there was no threat to their life. That's why we moved past them to the other people, and we'll talk about those that that we made a priority. Again, we had multiple calls. We did coordinate with Palm Springs to have them shut down Indian Canyon because we wanted to reduce the amount. Again, it's pitch black, it's at night, and trying to reduce the exposure to people. So now this is starting to pick up. We have those multiple calls. Like I said, it was pretty Panorama to basically Subway on Vista Chino. Right? If you look at the city as a whole, that's a pretty isolated footprint. But we set up our resources we have the one engine across the street at AM/PM with the locomotive. Then we have truck 1 and engine 2. They are now in the neighborhood, and they're trying to go house to house, assessing what is the need. We are responding, but we're still in the assessment phase. If people can walk out, we are trying to get them out. There was still a lot of people in the moment said, hey, my house is fine. There were some people, when we knocked on the door, they said, I didn't even know something happened because they were asleep, depending on what side of the road they were on or what street they were on. But we're as many as we could. We did have the call to 28, and this address will come up multiple times, 28200 Horizon. That was the board and care home. And what made that the most challenging was they were very clear that they had 14 people that were elderly in age and were non-ambulatory. So anything that was going to get them from A to B was strictly going to be with the men and women of the fire department. They were going to have to be carried out. Well, you can imagine being carried out, just anybody trying to carry something that's 150 pounds when you're walking through 4 to 5 feet of mud. It made it challenging. So when you looked at what resources we ordered, what we had to do it with kind of that lens. But again, we're going down the road where we can. There were some areas on Horizon that the picture with Juan with the mud up to his chest. We just couldn't go any further until we had additional resources. But what we had, once the IC set up command, we set up an area command. We are going to handle everything from here to here, and we're going to order the resources. So what resources do we order? What we have right now is 4 on the railroad, 7 vehicles on Date Palm, 14 on Horizon, 2 on Vista Chino, multiple people asking for assistance in that Panorama neighborhood. If we could get them out, I think, was it Vista Panorama? If we could get them out there, we got them out and left them there. We did have some people walk themselves back in, right? Once they realize, oh, hey, maybe I'm okay. And I honestly, doing this as long as people want to get back to home, that's their comfort place. Shelter in place. There was quite a few people that just said, hey, I'm going to just stay here. Because again, treading through this neighborhood and this mud at night with no light, we did have one of our firefighters get electrocuted. We had multiple gas main leaks, okay? So the gas main shift, and now we've got natural gas in the air. So there were multiple threats to the people that were out there. I mentioned Engine 2 was on the overpass and cut off. We immediately asked for mutual aid response for 2 Swiftwater rescue teams. Once we made contact with the Palm Springs Swiftwater rescue team, they said there is a National Guard unit out of March Air Force Base. We went into the Master Mutual Aid system. So simultaneously, we go to Palm Springs, we need your Swiftwater. We go to Cal Fire, which is the operational area, and then we go to Cal OES, right? And the system worked exactly the way it was designed to work. So now we go into later on that night. I kind of gave you that priority, right? On top of our head and top of that list is the non-ambulatory, the 14 residents at 28200. But we also have one of our officers and 7 vehicles that are caught on Date Palm. That's where we deploy the initial Swiftwater rescue team, because like I said, we had already deployed resources down Horizon. It was too deep. We couldn't get to 28200. So we started to call for additional resources. And we used the Palm Springs Swiftwater rescue team. We were in constant contact, and as long as the mud wasn't moving, the water wasn't moving, we were able to keep those units. The Swiftwater rescue team did rescue Officer Wynn. You can see getting the mud out. It was deep even there during that time. One of the things that happened at the gas station, again, you don't plan for this, there was a medical event, right? A person had a seizure. We know it's isolated. How do we get them out of there? We got to get them. So we call CHP and reach helicopter. Sorry, there's nothing we can do. So now it turned out to be lucky that we had that ambulance and that engine there to be able to provide care until a greater priority. And at the end of the day, it became as soon as we had daylight. We got the authorization to put a helicopter up. And for I would like to recognize the police officers that were out there. You know, Officer Wynn, he didn't plan on doing that. He was there trying to keep cars from going into the mud and debris flow, and he got pulled in. So he, as trying to help, he put himself at risk. So I'd like to recognize the following officers. When I call your name, if you could please come up. Sergeant Alberto Ruiz, Officer Garen Smith, Officer Kevin Phillips, Officer Laura Ruano, Officer Brooke Correll, Officer Alexander Wynn, and Officer Jesus Felix. And again, I'm just going to say, you know, we take advantage. The citizens were in their homes warm, and these officers and sergeant, they were out protecting, putting them in harm's way. When you go to the academy, you don't think you're going to get swept into a debris flow. So thank you very much. So now, like I said, we have our units. They're in what we're calling Division H, which is Horizon, and they're making multiple attempts to try to get to 28,200 because that's still high on our priority due to the potential loss of life. We are in constant contact with the caretaker of those people, and as the incident went on, he started to get a little bit more concerned because they're non-ambulatory. They're stuck in beds, they're stuck in chairs, and the conditions were starting to deteriorate. This is Captain Taylor. He was actually on Adelina, and you can see he still had his flotation device, but he was up to his waist as he was walking through there. So this is CAL FIRE. So we knew access was going to be an issue, right? We had tried multiple times through the Master Mutual Aid System. We made a request to CAL FIRE. They brought their dozer down, okay? These other pieces of equipment were pieces that we used, but because it was so deep on Horizon, we couldn't. So the bulldozer went and started to make, our plan was we were gonna lift people one at a time, get them into the cab. These bulldozers are usually what we use for wildland fires. But one thing the operators are really good at are going into unpredictable situations. As we went down Horizon, he felt that these things are 100,000 pounds, right? He felt that he actually went into a sinkhole. So obviously something that big, you don't want to go into a sinkhole because you're going to go right to the bottom. So he then decided to abandon that. So now we're going down the list. We're still rescuing some people. We can't use the bulldozer. It's 5 a.m. So what do we do now? We're coming to the next plan. Now we have a natural gas leak. 2 doors down from 28,200. Smells like gas, and we have bubbling gas coming out of the mud. We called the gas company. The issue here and kind of what our plan was do we shut the main off, right? Do we shut it out at Vista Chino, and then everyone in that neighborhood now loses gas? What we were able to do is coordinate with them, and this is actually a shot that the gas company took from the tractor. They didn't ride in the dump, but they were actually riding on the side. They went in there, were able to pinch off the gas line. A short while later, about an hour later, they had to do it a second time. So when I talked about the Swiftwater Rescue Team, we asked for the California National Guard. This was the picture that was originally when I came up. These are big 4-wheel drive vehicles, but it's about 5.5 feet to get into this tailgate. So what the plan here was, the military would drive us in, they would try to back us up to the driveway, and then we would carry these people out like this, and then get them in there 2 at a time. That was the max that we could do. Again, plans never work out how you want them to. As the lieutenant was going, we did, again, another dry run, went in, and because of the flow, right, the mud flow just kind of moving back and forth, it was shifting the vehicle. It was pushing the vehicle from side to side. He did not feel comfortable because we were right in on horizon. We hadn't gone very far. So we turned that around, came back around. Where do we go from here? And these pictures, again, probably one of the shots that you've seen the most, but if you look at the picture on the right, I don't know if you can actually see it, but I stood up to those tires, and those tires are right here. So you look at that mud, that's halfway. That's what, whether you're looking at the one on the left, which is the aerial shot, that heavy equipment operator got as close as he could, but this right here, this picture right here on the right, shows the challenge. The mud was too deep, and as soon as you displace the mud, and the front tires go by, the mud comes right back, and now the back tires have to do it. And the story, I think it's the next slide, so once we got them in, right, so we've got this picture where we get them to the neighborhood, right, we get them to the house. Then we've got to move them around. The picture on the left is 3 people. It took about 4 people for the non-ambulatory, 4 people, because again, non-ambulatory is bedridden. They can't move on their own. So it took 4 people in that mud to kind of walk them out to get to the front loader. And that is why it took so long to get them out. Like I said, this is not what this front loader was designed to do, but we were running. We still had multiple plans, right? The goal then would be, if this didn't work, we were going to go to the helicopter, right? The problem with the helicopter, you can imagine a non-ambulatory 75-year-old patient and flying her or him through the sky. So this really worked. Actually, before I go to that one, the equipment, heavy equipment, I'm going to bring them up here in a second. We always try to do things as safe as possible. And I went up to him, his name is Jesse, and I said, hey, Jesse, you kind of got these columns in here. Do you think you could help us out? And him being the professional that he was, he said, yeah, let's go. Well, we're not sure what's in there, and there could be a little this, and there could be yeah, let's go. And I think that's really one of the things that I want to point out, whether it's the men and women of the fire department, the police department, the public works, Burtec, everybody came together and said, yeah, what do I got to do? Tell me I don't even know where I'm going, but I'm willing to do it.
Some really incredible pictures from Cathedral City. Riverside County kicked off the week by proclaiming a state of emergency today after Hillary dumped several inches across the area. Some drivers and residents ended up stuck. Take a look at this rescue in Cathedral City. Firefighters there walking stuck residents through knee-high mud and then loading them onto a front loader where they would then be lifted to safety. Officials say in all, 14 people from a home care facility were rescued. Just incredible pictures from Skyfox. This couple here finding refuge in the back of that pickup. You saw that, umbrella and all. Aerials show this entire neighborhood covered in at least a couple of feet of mud. Vehicles stuck there, and then also along the 10 in Coachella Valley. Yeah, our photographer Justin O'Brien capturing this mud-filled Interstate 10 from the Monterey Avenue exit in Palm Desert. The eastbound lanes were shut down while Caltrans worked to clear the roadway. As a result, quite the backup formed on the westbound side. Overall, Hillary left quite an impression.
I've never seen it like this, and I've lived here 33 years, and it was just chaos.
Just chaos, he says. Some areas like Death Valley saw more than half a year's worth of rainfall in just 24 hours. Nearby Whitewater reports more than 6.5 inches. Now, about that emergency proclamation, the Riverside County Board of Supervisors is expected to ratify it at its board meeting next week. Now, once that happens, that will shore up more money from the state and federal government to help with the cleanup response, help pay for that. But those images, though, of seeing those poor people from the home care facility getting walked out and then put into that front loader, I've never seen anything like that. Some real.
And so that could not have taken place without Jesus Martinez. I know you're here. Come on, there he is. I haven't seen him. Well, the council comes around, and you can see by the look on his face, right? He's like, why are all these people clapping for me? I was just doing my job. But you can look at that piece of heavy equipment, and the way he maneuvered it, kept it stable so that our people the firefighters could hold on to those patients. And in some of those bags, I asked, why are we taking their bags? Why would we do that? Because those were their medicines, right? For some of those people, that was their lifeline. And because of Jesus and his ability and his willingness to say, and I remember the look on his face right now is exactly, he's like, okay, let's go, right? And so thank you very much. I appreciate it.
Okay, good. Thank you so much. And I wanted to take the time because this is such an amazing proclamation, but I want to read it out loud because you deserve it. The City Council of Cathedral City takes great pleasure recognizing Jesus Martinez, Burtec Waste Industries. In recognition and appreciation for your life-saving actions on Monday, August 21st, 2023, where you assisted with the successful evacuation of 14 residents trapped inside a senior care boarding facility along Horizon Drive and Adelina Road due to Tropical Storm Hilary. Your actions were heroic and impactful to the rescue of these residents, and we truly appreciate your perseverance to help those who so desperately in need of assistance. And it's signed by all the members of the City Council this day, September 13th, 2023. We thank you so much. You're beyond wonderful. Turn around. There you go. Great, thank you. You're very welcome.
Thank you, Jesus. And his family here, you guys should be very proud of him. I know you are. He won't tell you, but I just look at his face. He's like, why are you guys doing this? But I appreciate it. And Burtec Enterprises, you know you got a special employee. So thanks for having him work that day. I appreciate it. So now that rescue, when we finally finished that house, it was from the time it started at 11 o'clock to where we were actually able to get them out was about 2:30. Okay, so you're talking, what is that, 12, 15 hours that, well, we still had other things going. And so what were the things that we had to deal with? We had 4 people that we rescued at Cathedral Canyon and Dinah Shore, 4 people at the Canyon Mobile Home Park, 15 off of Avenida La Vista, the successful evacuation of 14 from the board and care facility, 2 from the home on Vistachino, which actually was a mother and her daughter, 8 from Date Palm, 15 from 28131 Horizon, and then 4 off of the railroad tracks. So when you look at that, okay, I still said it was an incident, right? But it was multiple incidents within the incident. So sorry, I thought I had the number up there. Yeah, 66 people were rescued, and there was not a single loss of life, right? That is really the testament here. As you all know, I've been here for a short 10 months, and what I would like to say as the fire chief and on behalf of the men and women of the fire department is this is what, you don't ever prepare for this, you can never get ready for this, but when it comes, if you hire the right people, you train them the right way, and let them do the right thing. And that's what you saw during this incident. All throughout the night, they got together as a team with our police officer partners, with the public workers partners, and in the end, with a little bit of luck and again, the council's support, we were able to pull this off. So I'll entertain any questions up to the response, if you have any.
Well, before I go on with the next part, I want to have the fire department personnel come up here and
Okay.
take their bows too. So come on.
Everybody come on up.
Thank you so much. Okay, I'll give you. Just me. Thank you so much.
Wide-angle lens to get everybody in there. You might have to go into rows.
Thanks again, guys.
And again, most of them don't want to be recognized because we hate attention. And it's why I talk about the team, right? That team is what was able to pull it off. So thank you. Any questions?
Well, if you want to be so incognito, quit saving people's lives, because we're going to keep saying thank you.
Okay.
Thanks, sir. No question, Chief. More of a comment. You mentioned something there. You got to hire great people, and they do let them go. They do great things, but it comes in a great leadership. And this council here is just so proud of all of our staff before, during, and even after this disastrous event happened. But everybody, it's not only the hard workers, boots on the ground. The whole complete staff was fabulous. I was in touch with Ann quite a bit, and I was very confident. Now we make policy here. We don't go out and fight fires or anything like that. But this council could never be more proud of everyone, each and one of you. God bless you all. Thank you.
And again, thank you. Again, I was in those meetings. It's a testament to the leadership that we have within this city. Just like Jesus, everybody did whatever it took. And when you look at doing more with less, we actually did more with more, right? We used what I call our professionalism and our skills as a force multiplier, right? And so instead of having just a certain amount, we were able to force multiply that and actually get bigger. So thank you.
Thank you. Thank you for everything.
Okay, we're going to continue on. Now we're to Monday. The storm coordination meetings, which I call our virtual emergency operations center, was every day. I'm not going to read through those every day. Our chief building official, Jeremy Fry, who's only been with the city since July the 3rd, was out there every day assessing the situation on the properties, and that not only on Horizon, but also at the Canyon Mobile Home Park. The Public Works Manager, Sean Maddox, and we'll recognize him in a few minutes, coordinated internal resources and public works crews to start clearing the mud from the streets. He began requesting resources from other city contractors to clean roadways. We don't have the kind of equipment that you saw out there on the streets in the numbers that was necessary. So we relied on our contractors, who will be paying, you'll have an item later on tonight, for doing that kind of thing. But that's another example of where we used resources far beyond what belongs to the city in handling this response. We made the emergency declaration Monday morning. That was a key item because that opens the door potentially to allow us to be able to do the kind of things that were done throughout the weeks, but also to seek assistance from the state and federal government. Now, absent a federal declaration, which we still, as of now, do not have, there is no FEMA, there is no federal assistance. So we're continuing to lobby and pressure the governor's office. We've been in contact with both congressional offices, Ruiz and Calvert. And so I think that's an important thing that everybody can actually participate in, is lobbying for that federal declaration, because absent that, there is no federal support. The Palm Springs Air Museum initiated a fundraiser to provide temporary housing assistance. All of that happened early in the day on Monday. And here's another news report.
Tonight, a massive cleanup is underway in Southern California following Tropical Storm Hilary. The record rain and flooding left entire neighborhoods buried under mountains of mud and debris, likely causing billions of dollars in damage. CBS's Carter Evans reports from Cathedral City, where residents are still digging out.
Tonight, it's neighbor helping neighbor in desert communities walloped by Hilary.
These guys are heroes.
This neighborhood in Cathedral City had more than 3 feet of mud in the streets. And right behind the heavy equipment, volunteers with shovels in hand to help dig out.
We're all taking care of each other. We got 3 cars out just a little bit ago, which was a really big deal.
The storm dumped more than 3.5 inches of rain here, funneling mud right into this low-lying community.
I have to say the response of the community members helping one another has been unbelievable.
Mayor Rita Lamb says the mud and muck trapped people in their homes, and rescuers had to get creative, using a front loader to carry a group of seniors to safety.
Talk about thinking out of the box. And those residents are all safely relocated, and they're safe and sound. And those pictures, you know, they were worth 1,000 words.
In the mountains of San Bernardino, others are still struggling to clear mud, rocks, and more debris that came crashing down. We're also learning about an airline scare during the storm. Sparks flew as an Alaska Airlines flight made a hard landing at John Wayne Airport in Southern California. The landing gear failed. And as the city of Los Angeles recovers from Hilary, first responders had to evacuate hundreds of patients, some on ventilators, after a backup generator failed at a downtown hospital. It's still not clear what caused the power outage. Now, officials here in Cathedral City say it's simply too early to estimate the cost of all the damage from Hilary. They're going to be digging out here for weeks. Now, this storm brought with it a tremendous amount of moisture and set rainfall records in 4 states. Nora?
You can see they're busy at work. Carter Evans, thank you.
And that was CBS Evening News. I think that was on Tuesday, August 22nd, that ran. And I show that because it's great video of what was going on, but also because getting this national coverage is integral to our efforts to try to lobby for the federal designation. So it's not just interesting material. It's important that we continue to strive for that. The storm coordination meetings continued that day. Public Works began on Tuesday 24-hour cleanup shifts, and that was in conjunction with our contractors that we were paying to work on that. The building department was on site again all day there. The Salvation Army made their first contact with the city, offering their help and assistance. And Red Cross deployed to the neighborhood actually on Tuesday, but couldn't get access because of the condition of the streets at that point, but came back later on in the week. Riverside County Emergency Management Department was contacted by the city, and they deployed to assess damages in the Horizon neighborhood and elsewhere throughout the city. We had our first financial cost briefing on Wednesday, and that's important because we had to prepare by Thursday to submit our initial damage estimates to the county, and then that goes up through Cal OES and ultimately, hopefully, if we get a federal declaration, to FEMA. So it was really important to be starting to prepare those damage estimates. We established a volunteer coordination center in the Horizon neighborhood. Code Compliance and Economic Development staffed that. Team Rubicon first scout deployed on scene to the neighborhood, and we made the formal request to them to assist the Horizon neighborhood. And we'll say a lot more about them in the, later on in this presentation, because they were fabulous and really integral to getting the work done that was done there. The building inspectors were able to assess the Canyon Mobile Home Park affected as the water receded, and again, our chief building official was on site in the Horizon neighborhood. Public Works crews continued the 24-hour cleanup shifts to clear the road, and that night you all ratified the local disaster declaration, which is an important function of you as the policymakers to make sure that that's done, again, as part of our effort to get some reimbursement and some assistance from other levels of government. I would like to recognize our Public Works staff, and so if I've got the leadership of the department and our Public Works crews. So when I call your name, come up here and gather in front of the City Council. John Carell is the director, Deanna Pressgrove, Sean Maddox, Carlos Rodriguez, Armando Baldizone are from the leadership of the department. Our Public Works crews that were out there day and night and continue to be, Adam Chastain, Nicholas Duncan, Ishmael Elizondo, Manuel Espinosa, Guadalupe Gutierrez, Isaias Sahagun, Luis Tucker, and Ronaldo Velasquez. Come up, guys. You look great in the shirts. That's nice, yeah.
Clean shirts.
Clean, that's right. You guys, I said, y'all clean up. This is you. Thank you so much. Deanna, this is you trying to read the screen. Get some glasses, girl.
So Thursday, August 24th, we participated in a Riverside County non-governmental recovery meeting. That non-governmental organization would be the nonprofit sector, trying to coordinate how they could assist. We did submit our initial damage estimate to Riverside County. We submitted $24.5 million in public property damage and an estimate of $10.4 million in private property damage. I suspect both of those numbers are going to be updated as we get more information. One of the things that we ask residents in the area to do was to submit the damage estimates on the form provided by the county. That's also important to garnering resources from outside just the city. Code compliance was in the area to assist with donations, supplies, and on-site volunteers. We were limiting access to the neighborhood on Thursday. We had this huge amounts of equipment out there, and we couldn't have cars parked all along the roads and things like that. So people that had a place to go to where they could park in the driveway, that was allowed, but we had to be careful about that. Date Palm Drive between Vista Chino and 30th opened on Thursday. That was a big benefit, not only to the neighborhood, but the community at large. The building official was on site again, and we published the county's disaster recovery damage reporting form, as I mentioned earlier, getting homeowners, business owners, and others to complete that. It was an important step towards trying to get additional resources in. Friday, we had a call with Cal OES. The assistant city manager and the fire chief did that to coordinate resources that we could get from the state. After two overnight shifts, the city's Public Works Department was able to open Horizon Road from Panorama to Vista Chino. That was really important because that allowed then much more resources to be able to come into the area once that road was open, to say nothing of the fact that the people who were living there could come and go much more easily. With between 15 and 20 pieces of equipment operating at the same time on the streets, Public Works, engineering, and contract staff were continuing efforts to clear the roads of debris and clear resident driveways. And we did go onto private property to clear the driveways. We felt that was a public safety need so that our emergency responders could get there and so that people could come and go from those properties. Public Works, with the assistance of Burtec, dropped off the 40-yard roll-off containers, portable toilets to the Horizon neighborhood. And Red Cross was able on Friday to get in and do their damage assessment in not only the Horizon neighborhood, but the Cathedral Canyon Mobile Home Park and the Terracina apartments. And we had people displaced in both of those areas as well. Now we're really moving into the recovery cycle, and some of those things I already mentioned actually are in that cycle as well. The storm coordination meetings continued. World Central Kitchen and Trio Restaurant that first weekend distributed 250 meals in the Horizon neighborhood to residents and volunteers. We really appreciate that, and they're not the only ones, but they were among the first that were in there doing that. And World Central Kitchen, their model is that they're there over the short term. You know, the first 72, 96 hours after a disaster, that's when they're not ones that come in for the long term, but in the immediate response. So it was a big help having them there. And Team Rubicon began their deployment in the Horizon neighborhood.
Restaurant Trio teamed up with volunteers from World Central Kitchen and a number of other groups this weekend. As News Channel 3's Bianca Ventura reports, they were cooking up 250 meals for residents in Cathedral City's hard-hit Panorama Park neighborhoods.
I just want them to, know that we're thinking of them and we're doing, at least what we can in our part to help support them and hope that they can get recovered soon.
The owner of Trio's restaurant, Tony Marchese, and their chef, Jeremy Loomis, are helping those most impacted by Hillary.
We're local. It's right next door to us.
They're working with the World Central Kitchen to cook and distribute 250 meals.
And if I was in the same shoes, I would be hopeful and grateful for the help that, someone else would be willing to support me.
People helping with the cleanup effort in Panorama Park will receive this homey Italian meal.
So we have a simple caprese salad. We're doing like a vegetarian pasta primavera and then our Trio signature brownie for like a little sweet bite at the end.
Volunteers with the World Central Kitchen have been helping Valley residents in Cathedral City since the flooding first started.
But they had nothing. They were all eating out of a pot of rice. And so the minute we got there, first thing we did was get them sandwiches from the sandwich spot, which they loved. And then from there, we did a huge pantry drop from them, so we got a whole list of things that they needed.
World Central Kitchen has been working with several restaurants throughout the valley.
We've had many partners or local establishments who've helped out in the first few days because it was hard even getting out here because roads were closed. So those guys also helped out quite a bit. Sandwich Spot, and there was a local burrito shop, as well as Santorini Gyro.
It's been a community effort, from the cleanup to donations like these.
We were able to partner with some of our vendors, for some donations. So Worldwide Produce out of LA and US Foods both donated the product that was going into the meals today. So we're very grateful for their partnership.
In Rancho Mirage, Bianca Ventura, News Channel 3.
Now, those meals were prepared at the Mission Hills Country Club kitchen and distributed at Panorama Park.
Monday, August 28th, the coordination meetings continued. The building department continued to be on site. We submitted a request to the county EMD for medical and mental health assistance to the neighborhood. We were notified by Team Rubicon of their intent to add a crew and extend their stay through September 9th. We hosted a Zoom meeting with all the area chambers of commerce, and we were able to get some really good support from the business community, supporting not only the businesses in the area that were affected, but the residents as well. And to this day, even this week, and I think into next week, they've arranged for meal deliveries and things like that to be provided to the neighborhood through the efforts of the local chambers of commerce. So we really appreciate that. We also announced that we were able to open Vista Chino between Date Palm and Avenida Maravilla. I spoke with the superintendent of schools that day because the school district was really interested because a lot of their staff, as well as their students, that was an integral route to being able to get to school. On Tuesday, August 29th, this was a major development that I felt was really a positive thing. We had Riverside County EMD, Cal OES, and FEMA, two different teams that met with city staff and toured public and private damage. We had a team looking at private sector damage, and Ann and Jeremy Fry took them around and showed them what they needed to see, including going into some of the homes where that was possible. Sean Maddox and I hosted the the public sector damage team. There was 5 of them. They were from all other places in the state, and we were standing out there on the corner of Adelina and Horizon at 3 o'clock in the afternoon. I think it was 118 that day, and they didn't want to stand out there too long. We were right by those big mountains of earth, and they had confessed to me that they were stunned by the extent of the damage out there. I took that as a good sign that we would get a positive recommendation, but like I said earlier, as of today, we still do not have the federal declaration. They were also back the next day on Wednesday. They wanted to see our documentation of the damage estimates and some of the methodology that we used to prepare those estimates, again, to try to support the request for that federal declaration. Vistachino did open that day. Code compliance delivered N95 masks, hand sanitizer, shovels, work gloves, water, and information sheets to residents. Most of that was donated by various groups and individuals. The American Red Cross set up at the Salvation Army with caseworkers to work with families with major damage to distribute relief debit cards. We put in a resource request to the ACBCI for water for Team Rubicon, and they responded with 2 pallets right away. And we coordinated with the volunteer organizations acting in disasters, and they went door to door in the Horizon neighborhood assessing ongoing needs. That all happened on Wednesday, August 30th. And this is a Team Rubicon video.
I'm Michelle. I'm a gray shirt with Team Rubicon from Southern California. We're here in Cathedral City helping out the residents here in this town that have suffered mudslides from Tropical Storm Hilary. We have an area that has just been inundated with mud up to at least 4 feet in the homes, the kitchens, the garages, the front yards, the backyards, and we're just here to help them out. Temperatures, of course, are hot. We're in the desert, reaching about 115. And the homeowners here are devastated. They're almost at a point where they're looking at it, they just don't know where to start. And they've been very gracious to us, and we're happy to be here to help them out on their worst day. The few of the residents that I've talked to, they've lost everything. The whole house is full of mud. All their furniture is gone, and the photographs are gone, and they're at a loss of just where to start. So there have been some great groups out here that are assisting and volunteering. There's construction crews out here, there's city workers, and the community with friends and family are helping out. We're doing muck outs with the interior of the homes. We're shoveling out mud. We're taking out all the cabinetry. We're taking out drywall, 4 feet up from the floor, whatever is needed. We're digging through whatever the homeowner is needing to try and keep, and otherwise everything is being shoveled out, carried out, and taken out to the curb. Everything that's been touched by mud and soaked in contaminated water. The flooring is coming out, the furniture is all coming out, and they will be starting over from zero. If you would like to support our mission, please go to teamrubiconusa.org. You can sign up to volunteer, you can sign up to donate, and we would greatly appreciate any help you can offer.
And I can't say enough about Team Rubicon and what they meant to the community during those days. And we've got some information later on about how many homes they completed and things like that. But they did a tremendous job. And you notice that she indicated in that video that they took the stuff out and put it in the street, the mud, the debris, everything else. And then the city put the containers there and hauled that away. Twice a day they were emptied, the crews came through, and I think that's one of the most important things that we corporately did to assist the community, was removing all of that, because it simply couldn't have, the work couldn't have been done if that stuff just wasn't removed, if it continued to accumulate on the streets.
Charlie, before you go on, I just wanted to mention that we have Bob Iturralde from Team Rubicon here tonight. Bob is the Inland Empire Metro Administrator, and Bob was the first person on scene from Team Rubicon that brought their assistance here to our community.
I'd like you to come up, if you don't mind.
There he is.
So on Thursday, the city and Riverside County announced the opening of a local assistance center at the Cathedral City Library, September 6th to 8th. We hosted a dinner for the Team Rubicon volunteers and staff at the Barrel District that evening. Code Compliance delivered more N95 masks, hand sanitizer, and information sheets. The American Red Cross remained at the Salvation Army with caseworkers to work with families with major damage and distribute relief debit cards to those who sustained major damage. Friday, Saturday, and Sunday, and Monday, this is Labor Day weekend. The storm coordination meetings continued. The Assistant City Manager, Ann, did a Zoom interview with KESQ to publicize the local assistance center, and I would say our media partners did a great job of helping get out information on that event. I saw it everywhere that I turned on during that time period. We also spoke to a representative of the Greater Palm Springs Realtors about potential funding opportunities. They applied for a grant to provide assistance to the neighborhood. I understand that's been awarded. I think they're still working through the details of how they will distribute the grant funds, but that's really a positive as well. We also, on Monday, sent a request to EMD regarding neighborhood health concerns, and the assistant manager participated in meeting with EMD representatives regarding the Rivco response to Cathedral City. September 5th and 6th, we had Cal State University San Bernardino students volunteering. There's a picture of them right there. The local assistance center opened that day. We also contacted the Terracina Apartments to provide information on the local assistance center to distribute to their displaced residents, and sent info to the Chambers of Commerce, who also helped distribute that information. 7th and 8th, those meetings continued, and I think one of the more significant things that week was on Thursday, myself and Mayor Lamb, along with officials from the City of Palm Springs, Desert Regional Hospital, and Desert Hot Springs, met with Congressman Ken Calvert. You can see the picture there. The mayor and myself are in that. Lisa Middleton, council member from Palm Springs, Tom Kirk, who is the CVAG director, and Congressman Calvert, and that's the Palm Springs city manager right next to him. And really the purpose for that was to advocate for more permanent solutions to the continuing closure and flooding of the roadways, Gene Autry and Indian, but also to advocate to him to push for the federal disaster declaration. We met there out on the site, and then went and had an office meeting with them as well. And I thought the mayor did a really effective job of advocating for Cathedral City in that. She also went down earlier, about a week before that, to El Centro, I believe it was, to a workshop hosted by Congressman Raul Ruiz. And the purpose for that trip was she was advocating for the disaster declaration for Riverside County as well. We started issuing demolition permits. We did that at no cost. The local assistance center continued to operate those 2 days as well. Community resources. the city provided dumpsters via Burtec, and I really need to, we already called out their driver, but I want to call out Burtec. They've been, I guess they've left already, but they were a great partner in this as well, because whatever we called up and asked for them to deliver out there, they did. Now, we have to pay them for that, of course, but really, it was really great to have them respond so quickly whenever something was needed. Dumpsters, portable toilets, hand washing stations were provided, and we'll continue to leave those in place at least through Friday the 22nd, and we'll assess at that point. We've already extended that twice based on conditions on the ground. They're all being serviced daily by Burtec, I think twice a day in the case of the roll-off containers. Public Works crews have been clearing sidewalks and picking up mud from yards placed in front of the homes on the street at the curb or the gutter. We're continuing to do that. Furniture and other belongings also continue to be removed from the street in front of each home. And appliances and electronics, we have a separate contractor that we're paying to pick those up because those have to be disposed of differently. And this is all being funded through the city. You'll be approving some task orders to keep that funding flowing in just a few minutes. Additional community resources. Salvation Army served 55 families, providing 43 food boxes, that should say, instead of bood, 4 gift cards, canteen services, 17 counseling contacts, and 7 home visits, gas vouchers, hygiene and clothing vouchers, furniture assistance, and shovels. Team Rubicon completed muck out and clean out of 8 homes, and those homes now are, getting close to being ready for the restoration stage, thanks to the work that was done by Team Rubicon. And that saved, $50,000 to $100,000 probably each home from what a professional firm would have charged to come in and do that work. They deployed 89 volunteers. They managed 55 partner organizations and spontaneous volunteers, and saved the residents hundreds of thousands of dollars in direct costs. The American Red Cross provided direct assistance to families most affected. Palm Springs Air Museum provided emergency hotel rooms and housing for Team Rubicon. I got a really nice email from them complimenting the community on having such good accommodations for them to stay in. Sometimes they sleep on gymnasium floors, I think, and things like that. So they were very appreciative of that.
I went to dinner with them one night, and the operations manager for the district said it was only the second time in its history with Rubicon that they had slept on beds. They've always had Red Cross cots, in a gymnasium.
And we appreciate the community partners who provided the funding for that. They were worth every penny of it.
And Charlie, one of the other ones that I hadn't seen, Major Rubina Navarro from the Salvation Army is here tonight, so if she could stand and be recognized.
Be recognized too. As I mentioned earlier, the local chambers of commerce, and I believe they have meal programs organized at least through this week, and I think maybe even next week as well, and dozens of other individuals and organizations. And we'll do something at the appropriate time to recognize all these community organizations as well, because we certainly don't want to neglect all of the work that they did.
Families in the Panorama neighborhood of Cathedral City are grateful tonight for a group of Marines from 29 Palms. Part of that neighborhood, of course, hit with very heavy flooding and mud flows from Tropical Storm Hilary. News Channel 3's Marian Bouchot is there live tonight with the latest on cleanup efforts. Marian.
John, I'm going to show you the impact that these 29 Palms Marines had. So there was about 24 of them. And right here, we have this giant pile of mud. I know this looks like a lot, but double the size of this, and that is what the Marines had to deal with earlier today. And they spent hours shoveling all of this mud out, and this was from all over the yard. Like, they did so much progress here, John, and it is a big help because that means that the families here don't have to pay someone else to come and do this really heavy work. But it's this kind of volunteer work that's been making a massive difference for these families here on Horizon Road.
More than 24 Marines answered the call to help after extreme flooding in the Panorama neighborhood in Cathedral City.
They all come in and they're busting their butts and getting stuff done, and it makes me proud.
Rick Ravanello's home was one of the many that suffered major flooding. As a Marine veteran who served 10 years,
Ravenello welcomed a new generation of service members.
All right, they're pulling stuff out of our house, and don't even want to thank you. Because we're doing this because, you know, you're an American, you're a patriot. That's why they're doing it.
The Marines came from the 29 Palms base. All of them have about 6 months of training so far.
The amount of force that you can bring in just a small team, it's different than a lot of communities have access to.
The cleanup effort was organized by one of their instructors, Marine Daniel Ballou.
So that wall went all the way across too, right? I try to find opportunities for them to be able to get off base, come out and do community service stuff, find something that's physically demanding so that they can kind of burn off some of that energy that you get from just sitting in the classroom for too many days.
The Marines spent the day shoveling mud out from multiple flooded homes, supporting the recovery efforts as families work to rebuild everything they lost.
And I'll never forget that rest of my life.
I want to show you what now many of these homes on Horizon Road look like. So I'm going to step out of the way. My photographer is going to show you just how extensive this damage is. So yeah, most of the mud is gone, but now look at how gutted these homes are. And now that most of the mud is gone, they have to check for mold. They have to remove more cabinets, more drywall. They have to peel up some tiles from the floor. So it's going to be a long road ahead, and we've been covering this for weeks. As you can see, it is going to be many more weeks of coverage and many more weeks for these people to fully recover and get all of this totally rebuilt.
And this is a list, and probably we've missed somebody in this, but of all the city personnel that were involved in some way or another, most of them I have already mentioned. On the right-hand side at the bottom, we've got administrative personnel in the finance department, the city manager's office, the front counter downstairs, in engineering, in IT. Our GS coordinator did a map every day that helped us keep on top of the status of the individual homes and whether they had a pool or not and what needed to be addressed there. I apologize for the length of this presentation, but I felt, given the magnitude of what was faced by the residents in the area, the magnitude of the community response, that a 10-minute verbal update by me would just be inadequate to really capture everything that's been going on for the last 3 weeks. So I appreciate everyone's patience in letting me provide this update to you all. And that leads right into the action item part of this, which is to authorize funding for the task orders that were necessary to do this work. And again, that's probably not, it's definitely not the end of it. I know there will be more that's coming, but this is what we have for you to consider so far. We had contracts with all of these agencies that are listed here: Jacobson Engineering, Demo Unlimited, Burtech, Thompson Barricades, Palm Springs Tree Maintenance, Signature Sculptures, NAI Consulting. And in most cases, we had existing contracts in place with all of these companies. So what we need to do, we also, this is a list of the outside agencies that we coordinated with, and it's important for me to draw attention to Caltrans, because in order to repair some of our major streets that are part of the FHWA network, Varner, Vistachino, and Date Palm, that will have to go through Caltrans. So we've been in contact with them since the very first day too, and engineering prepared estimates that not only went to the county EMD but also to Caltrans. So this is a list of the task orders that we have issued to date that we're asking for you to authorize. This is an important part of your disaster response as well, because in order for us to qualify, should we get a federal declaration, in order to qualify for FEMA reimbursement, we have to follow our contracting regulations and our procurement code in order to be eligible for that reimbursement. And so the recommendation is that the council authorize these task orders in this amount. The total is $1,062,000, and that's really just expenditures to date. Here's what's not included that we're going to have to deal with. funds to remove approximately 150,000 to 250,000 cubic yards of mud temporarily relocated to vacant areas. You can see the picture of it piled there. And I've received emails from the community concerned, are you going to remove that? Yes, we are. We got some initial quotes that put it in the range of $2.8 million to $7 million to do that. Now, so we decided to do a formal bid, hoping that we can get some better prices. That requires a 10-day minimum period, so that is out right now. I think September 25th is the deadline for companies to respond to that. So hopefully we'll get a bid that is better than some of the quotes that we got, but in any circumstance, you're looking at several $1 million to remove and haul off that dirt. It also does not include funds to clear the Whitewater River Channel under the Ophelia Bringus Bridge or the Date Palm Bridge. In both cases, the drop structures that are part of the flood control system, it slows down the water before it hits the piers of the bridges. In both cases, they were buried under unacceptable amounts of silt that will have to be removed and hauled off. That's not included in these task orders. Funds for restoration of local and arterial roadways, we estimated that in our estimate to the council at $20 million plus dollars. That's not included in this. And funds for city staff overtime, we've already incurred, tens of thousands of dollars of overtime for police, fire, and public works employees, and that's not included in these task orders. Of course, that's coming through our payroll. We will submit it if we're eligible for reimbursement. And we're keeping really good records of that. That's why you saw our payroll coordinator as one of the positions to be recognized, because it's essential that we have good have. But all of that are things that remain to be accounted for. And so we will be compiling all of these task orders, all of this, as well as any other impacts on the budget, and bring you a comprehensive discussion on the budget effect of this later on this fall. But it will be significant. Thanks to years of good financial planning and your efforts to be prudent in the way money is spent, we do have fund balance. It won't last forever, but initially we're able to cope with that because of the reserves that we have in place, just for events like this. So that will come later. I think I just said all of that stuff before I turned the page to this one. And the recommendation is that you authorize those task orders in the amount of $1,062,000 for the initial phase, to fund the initial phase 1 response to this incident. So that concludes my presentation. I thank you for your patience. I thank everyone out in the audience for your patience.
Great. Thank you so much. This was so comprehensive. It was just an eye-opener, I'm sure, to a lot of the folks here tonight. And we'll start with questions from council. We'll start with Mayor Pro Tem.
Charlie, can you explain why the Whitewater Bridge responsibility falls on us when wouldn't that be a federal? We don't own the wash there.
It is on.
So he asked, why would cleaning out into the bridges be a city responsibility? Actually, we're responsible for the roadways, Date Palm and Cathedral Canyon, of which the bridge is part of that. We were a participant in constructing those, even though most of the funding came from federal and state agencies, but we are responsible for those. Did I say that right, John?
In order to build the bridge, we needed to protect the bridge in the channel. So the flood agency said that bridge is going across the flood control channel. Those are only there to protect your bridge. You need to maintain them. So we knew that going ahead.
Thank you very much, John.
Great. That you're good. Councilman Gregory.
All right. Well, thank you so much. Starting with our Assistant City Manager, Fire Chief, and you, City Manager McClendon, for that excellent update. I'm not going to extend with long comments. I know that there are going to be many, many more recognitions and thanks to come. There's still much more work to come, both from city and, of course, from a lot of private work that has to be done. I just wanted to personally thank, I know Councilmember Christy Holstage from Palm Springs went out into the neighborhood, and I know Rick Saldivar, who I think may be present, also did a lot of behind-the-scenes work in coordinating. And those are some of the people that, of course, I also spoke to and worked with. Our mayor, I want to thank you for doing an excellent job. I know early on we spoke about any official response is going to come through the mayor, and I think you did an excellent job and continue to do so, both in your public face and then all of the work that you've done. Just a little bit of it was touched on as far as contacting local elected officials and state elected, county, state, and federal elected officials. That's a big part of what us as city council do. We don't necessarily get out there and interfere with city staff, but we do work along with the city management, I guess you'd call it the political side of it, the governmental side of it, and I know you've done an excellent job, and I thank you very much for all that you've done. Everyone on council had some part and has continued to have some part, but I know for me personally that I depended on you to be the public face as we had agreed to early on, and I thank you for doing an excellent job at that. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Councilmember Ross.
Thank you, Mayor. Everybody in the city did a great job. There's no doubt about it. There's been a lot of accolades, and I'm not going to continue those because their heads will get big and blow up. But our hearts are with you guys, and they really are. We know what so many of you have been through because we could see it. We didn't see it on the news. We saw it up close and personal. We got our hands dirty. We tried to do what we could. Oh, you laugh. I've got pictures of me almost to my waist in water, walking on rocks and water swimming by. So before you get too critical of who we are as human beings, let me just thank you. Thank you for being as kind as you can be in this situation and as stoic as you can be with the damage that's been done. I'm proud to call you my neighbors. Thank you.
Councilman Gutierrez.
Thank you, Mayor. Of course, I also want to thank all of our first responders, our entire city staff. We work with a very, very slim staff. We are probably, our city has probably the smallest staff in the entire Coachella Valley, and they did an amazing job before and after the storm. But most important, I want to thank all of the volunteers from Team Rubicon to every single volunteer from the entire Coachella Valley that came out to help. Thank you.
Any other comments? And I just want to close this part of the presentation with sincere thanks. The character and compassion and competence I've seen from city staff and volunteers and community has been overwhelming. I had friends call me from all across the United States saying, you know, what's happened to our wonderful little desert community, and talking about meeting the moment we did. So thank you again for all that you've done for us and continue to do. Okay, are there any members of the public who wish to, do I read the authorization? Okay, item B. Authorize emergency funding for cleanup, repairs, and emergency protective measures resulting from the August 20th, 2023 tropical storm Hillary damages.
Actually, yes, we are going to do public comment. Mayor, actually, City Manager provided the staff report for that item. So if you don't mind, if we can just go back to the first item and take public comments, and then you guys can take formal action on item B unless there's anything to add from staff.
Thank you for that clarification. Public comments, please.
Okay, so we do have several public comments. So we will start with Rick Saldivar.
Good evening, Council. We have some heroes ourselves, too. Today I'm here to thank an amazing group of people. These individuals, organizations, and businesses organically came together and aided in the affected areas of Hillary. The residents organized and hundreds responded. I would venture to say that 80%, maybe 90% of the efforts have been by the organizations of the Northeast Panorama neighborhood. They have organized their own distribution command center. where donations have been dropped off. They have their own cooling center, which everybody out there used in 115-degree weather. And they even had medical out there for their volunteers. Today, we want to thank Agua Caliente Band of Coahuila Indians, Alicia Lopez, Amanda Fritz, Amy Arbid, Art Escobedo, Artisan Touch, Barbara Urita, Billy Q's Pizza, Blue Coyote, Black Book Bar, Blue Triton, Brianna Shively, Carol Bonds, Carol and David Reese. Miss Carol was out there like on day one giving out sandwiches to the workers and volunteers. Carolina Franco, Cathedral City High School, Cathedral City Police Department, Cathedral City Fire Department, Catherine Robinson, Kathy Miss Guzman Davis, Chip Yarborough, Chris Bercenti from New Mexico, Cindy Coombs, Coachella Valley Water District, Ron Alexander and his great crew, Christian Matadama, Dan Martinez with Danter Construction, Daniel Diaz, Deborah Glitman, Desert Edge Construction, Donovan McDaniel, Drew, Kylie and his crew from Williams Homes, who he requested personally to put a pause on a super big project to come and bring bulldozers, bobcats, and aid it for 2 whole days with a group of 11 of his workers. 849 Restaurants, Fatima, Frank and Ann Durazo, Palm Springs Ford, G's Tacos, Heather Molina, Honda of the Desert, Mr. Gil Rutenberg, Hunter's Nightclub, Isabel Lopez, Jacqueline Barone Groves, Jacobson Engineering, Isaac and Rafa, who went beyond their duties to help the residents. James Galt, who this day is still feeding people. Jamie Watson, Jason Aguirre, John Calderon, Johnny Mojica, Joe and Lorinda Wallner, Joe Vasquez, Karen Prieto, Katie Stice, Kingdom Kids Daycare, Kimberly Fu, Laura Levy, Lay Vince Restaurants, Lena Figueroa, Lori and Brent Poise, Luis Barzona, Martha Turan, Marvet Protection, Margaret Gutierrez, who has held this community together. Mario's Italian Cafe, Mark Bilotti, Marlene Davis, Mary O'Malley, Mary Wellis, Melissa Lerma, who has spearheaded the volunteer efforts and food donations. Michael Rodriguez and his crew, Mike Keegan Alcorn, Missy and Jay Costello. Miss Costello from day one was out there shoveling mud. Monica Haro, Natalie Smith, Nick and Letty Rodriguez, Orlando Munoz, Saul Chavez, and the Pantone 294 Dodger Club. Nicolay Shia, Agui Lerma with Onyx Hauling, Palm Springs Fire Department, Matt Kristen McLean, Frey and Corey, Palm Springs Hilton, Paul Ligman and Kyle, Purple Heart Energy, Raj Taylor, Red Tobin, Rescue Residents, Daniel, and the 24 Marines that showed up. Do I still got time? Mm-hmm. There's no time. Richard Hernandez, who's been an asset in the driving force in helping these residents. Ricardo Perez, Robin and Dave Costello, Roman Frey, Sabor de Mexico, Salsa Mexican Restaurant, Santa Fe Restaurant. We requested on day number 2, 50 burritos. The man picked up a shovel and never left. And to this day, Mr. Padilla is still feeding the volunteers. Scott and Bree Jones, Shina Greener, Shine Vision Cleanup, SoCal Builders Inc. of Redlands, SoCal Builders of the Desert, Stuffed Pizza, Tanya Moreno and Joe Tiaga, Team Rubicon, Terry Applegate, The Analytical Group, The Bridge Calvary Chapel, Tony's Burgers, Tortillas Restaurant, Tracy and David Darren, Trios Restaurant, United Brother Rentals, Valerie Calderon, Valerie Marshall, Vanessa Creasy from Sacramento, Vista Mirage Homes, Victor Sutherland, Werner Botchter, a La Quinta resident who was just happened to be driving out, picked up a shovel and started digging mud. World Central Kitchen and Cel Cáceres. And there's a lot more that we're going to be put together. And over the next few meetings, we're going to mention all those names so they could get recognized. And I'm just so proud of this neighborhood behind me who has really organized really well. In the 16 years of my volunteer service and organizing, I've been floored by the amount of love, amount of care that these guys have put together in effort. I give you guys a round of applause.
Mayor, just 1 second.
Other public
Just
comments?
1 second, please. I also want to thank Rick for every time I've been out there. He's been out there every single day, shoveling, talking to people, doing whatever it takes to organizing this community and to becoming a better community to help all these people that need help. Thank you.
We have a lot. Chip Yarborough.
Mayor, Council, my name is Chip Yarborough, and I'm a resident of Panorama Park. You know, I don't think that there's anybody in this room that would question the hard work of the city employees. And, you know, I'll do this one little ding. And, you know, the firemen were out there working hard. The firefighters are out there working hard. They were working in the mud. And yet they're the only city employees that have not been recognized with the hero pay that the rest of the city employees have. You have secretaries who never touched anybody during COVID who got $15,000 bonuses, and the firefighters have gotten zero. It's not fair. I don't think it's right that the city made these employee organizations negotiate for this. The city was given $16 million from the federal government. They didn't have to negotiate any dime. So that's a whole another issue. My issue is with the preparation for this storm. So on Friday, I noticed that the city to the west, the city to the east, all starting preparing their residents on Tuesday of where to get this, where to get that, stay in your house, nothing. Friday afternoon, I have heard nothing from Cathedral City. I call my council member, and he's like, I'm having trouble getting information myself. So I know Charlie was on vacation, and he deserves to be on vacation. But the person who was running the show dropped the ball. And I'm sorry. You know, you can have a courageous conversation here. Stuff that should have been done was not done until Friday afternoon. I was one of the first people who showed up at the fire department. The poor firemen were like, we don't know what's going on. You're here to pick up sand. We know there's some sand there. We don't have any bags. There's no shovels. You know, so good luck if you were an 80-year-old person trying to fill your own sandbags. And I'm not trying to be negative. I'm just trying to say that you have to own when you make a mistake. You can't, you know, and Ryan has made his money the last month. Okay, he's put a bow on a very disjointed box. And, you know, you just have to own it when you do something wrong. The other thing I want to point out before my time ends is this is the city's disaster protocol that's part of the municipal code. It's 4 pages and a signature page. The same, and I might say it's from 1984. It has never been updated since 1984. That's the first problem. The second problem is, I look at Palm Springs, their exact same document, 602 pages. And I know we're not Palm Springs, but somewhere it's not right. So I'll leave you with that, and thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Antonio Bashu? No? Okay. And you'll have to forgive me with the names. Some of them are a little bit so. Horacio Mesa? Jerry?
My name is Jerry Mesa, and I live at 2828 Horizon Road. Late on the evening of Sunday, August 20th, we were awakened by our dog to a raging flood of water, mud, debris entering through our garage from the street. The force was so powerful it bent our garage door inward, instantly filling our garage, destroying both our vehicles, all our personal belongings stored there. It burst through the laundry room door that connects with the garage. We frantically grabbed as many towels as possible and anything to try to stop it from continuing to enter the rest of our home. We tried to exit our home through the front door, but found ourselves blocked by a 5-foot wall of water, mud, and debris. I was scared, nervous, and panicked about what to do next. As morning came and the sun began to rise, the true magnitude and destruction on our street was apparent. Our beautiful neighborhood on Horizon Road was now a disaster area. Then, as if things couldn't get any worse, the city's sewage began coming up from our toilets and bathtubs. The stench was horrific, but we had to scramble to soak it up with towels, rags, and our hands. We could not get any response from emergency services, but the most disheartening thing was not one member of emergency services ever knocked on our door to do a welfare check. We could have been dead in our homes, but none of you cared enough to check on us. You failed us. We were trapped in our homes for almost 4 full days before the tractors finally redirected from cleaning Day Palm and Vista Chino. My husband, John, received a call from the mayor after he sent a very stern email to her. When he asked her why the priority was Day Palm, Vista Chino, her response was, and I quote, "School starts this week. The city's priorities are to get those school buses back on the streets and the kids back in school," unquote. That is unacceptable. When you had residents trapped in their homes, frightened, confused, stressed, and injured. You failed us again. Edison unexpectedly and without notice cut off our power for over 20 hours, and what little food we all had left in our refrigerators was now spoiled and had to be tossed. You failed us again. The only thing you did do for our community was turn away organizations and people that were ready to help us. How can you sleep at night knowing that everything that you said to the press was a lie to cover up your mismanagement of the disaster response and the prevention? What we need to know now is what assistance will you and the city provide us to rebuild our homes? What will you do to prevent this from happening again? Why was our neighborhood rezoned from a flood area to a non-flood area? This city needs to have a flood emergency alert system. If we had something like this, we could have had time to gather our children, our pets, our elderly, and belongings and evacuate before this hit us. I promise you this, come re-election time, rest assured you will be out of a job. We will work tirelessly to make sure that the truth comes out and that you all walk out of City Hall with your cowardly tails tucked between your legs. Shame on you all.
John Hawkins.
Hello, I'm John Hawkins. I live at 280 Horizon Road. So I thought really long and hard about what it is I want to say and to who I want to say it today. I want to start out first of all by saying I'm really just appalled sitting here listening to your presentation of how good the city's done. Nobody on Horizon Road feels that you have done that. If they do, please raise your hand. You guys need a wake-up call. What you guys have done by ignoring things that we need, assistance, turning away volunteers, is just appalling. And Rita, the buck stops with you. I hold you totally accountable for all this because you are the mayor. You know, I just cannot believe that you guys turned away volunteers, food donations, you misappropriated the Air Museum funds. First you said you didn't spend the money on the volunteers. Now you say you have. I'd like somebody to investigate what you guys have done with the funds. It's just appalling. I feel that the picture you paint is inaccurate. It's only partially true. As far as the dumpsters on the street, I requested that from you, not the city. I notified you of the sewage problem. I asked you to get the bulldozers running 24 hours. You guys have no clue what you're doing. I don't even work in the city, and I'm smarter than all of you. It's just appalling that you do not know basic things. I mean, I just can't believe it. It really upsets me, Rita, that you continue and seem more interested in gutter politics and giving interviews on the news of how good you and your city is doing. None of us feel like that. You should really start listening to your residents who put you in office. Honestly, Rita, I don't know how you got in office. I did read an article that said you got in, luckily, by 39 votes initially. There's more than 39 registered voters on Horizon Road. I wouldn't count on them on re-election. And you might feel safe because you live in the Cove, but I know a lot of people up there, and they know a lot, and we're talking. It's just appalling that you guys paint this picture that everything's great and everything's fine. Me, my neighbors have lost millions and millions of dollars. And you guys just sit here and put on these damn videos of how great you're doing. It's not correct. It's not right. Come walk our neighborhood. And Raymond, you're my council member, and you don't even have the courage to introduce yourself. You have to say, oh, I'm just a neighbor 3 streets over. Well, You can shake your head no, but we know it. And we'll remember you come election time, and all of you. And I just really am also appalled at you, Ann, that you feel that it's appropriate to email people that we want advocating for us, like Margaret, and telling her to stop. If you were doing your job to begin with, she wouldn't be on you. So you should learn how to do your job and just control what you want to. You don't control the areas, we do. You work for us. I also want to make it perfectly clear that the Red Cross is helpful, but they only help people who had 30 inches of water. Rubicon, great organization, but they didn't help people who had insurance. So if you're going to tell a story, tell the truth. None of you deserve to be in office. And I am just appalled that you guys just sit there and you just have no emotion. You're just devoid of emotion.
And your time is up. Thank you.
Yeah, no, it's not up, but you'll see.
The next speaker is Karina Perez.
She heard. Good evening. My name is Karina Perez. My family and I live on 28131 Horizon Road. On the night of Sunday, August 20th, at around 11:45, I received a call from my dad, extremely afraid, as he watched our first floor flood in what looked like 5 feet of water, but was actually water and mud from the Hillary storm sweeping through our entire neighborhood. Praying for them to be rescued, I had to call an alternative dispatch center because all city emergency lines were down. I was told they were all well aware Horizon Road was flooding, but there was about 7 other rescue calls that were being prioritized. Because of this, all they recommended was for my family to shelter in place. If you had a second floor, stay there, and if not, try to access the roof. As they watched the mud rise higher and higher, they went up to the second floor and decided to stay near the rooftop. Hopelessly, they watched our car swept out of our driveway, other panicked neighbors on their rooftops, and could hear someone yelling for help. The following day, my family had no access to water or food or even a safe way to escape. I drove in as far as I could, put my rain boots on, and pushed myself through the 6 feet of mud covering the streets in order to feed my family. Later that night, I called 911 and was told they had already finished rescuing at Horizon, which was not true. And I told them this was not true. We were still stuck and no one had got to us since the first time I called. An hour later, 911 arrived and used our back balcony and in our neighbor's backyard to get us out, along with 15 neighbors who had been left behind as well. For our surprise, days later, when we tried to access our home and they had finally began trying to clear the street, the woman yelling for help was scooped up by a dozer as she had been trapped all along. To experience this disaster has been devastating and traumatic, to say the least. As residents of Cathedral City, we should not have to make noise to be heard. Nonetheless helped. This crisis required immediate attention and a true response effort we have not been given till this day. The Horizon Road community has been left to find our own resources and been given absolutely no guidance on what the recovery process should be for such storm response. I'd like to thank you for your time. However, let me remind you, Cathedral City's response is unacceptable. You have failed our community. It has taken a month for us to meet for the first time since the flooding. Please put yourself in our shoes and ask yourself why you have not picked up a shovel and assisted all the homeowners that were not prepared for this destruction. Where have you been and what are you going to do? I want to take the time to take a recognition, and it goes to all the Horizon homeowners, and if you guys can all stand, and I would like to give them a round of applause. Thank you.
The next speaker is Richard Ravanello.
I'm going to put that flag there because I'm proud of that flag right there. There's not much I can say that all of these folks have already said. I do want to actually thank all our first responders who tried to get to us. I know y'all did your best to get there. There was no getting to us at that point in time. What happened afterwards, so day 2, day 3, not even day 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, things slowed down a little bit. What saved us, and I don't even want to say financially because I think that doesn't mean anything. What truly saved us were the volunteers that came forward. And when I say it's not just Cathedral City, what it was Coachella Valley. We had folks out there from La Quinta to Palm Springs, and they come out and they did what they could, when they could, at the time that they could. So, you know, it means the world to me. But we did eventually get supply. We did get rescue and medical and all that sort of stuff at a certain point. But I've heard folks say, yeah, we've been failed. You know what? We could have a better structure in place that understands and knows the issue that we have. I moved out here about 10 years ago, and I knew that was an issue. I knew it was going to be an issue, and it became an issue. It wasn't a flood. We maintain our flood insurance. I wish everybody in this room maintained our flood insurance, because that's what's saving us right now. And some folk don't have it. So why was that zone changed? It's only about $1,000 a month to have flood insurance. I know I don't sound like all you, but this community has become a family. This community has come together. Each and every one of you mean the world to me. I know all y'all that spoke already. You mean the world to me. You need to understand that you're family to me for the rest of my life. The rest of my life. Real quick, my wife and I, on August 20, it was about 2,300 hours, and I heard something blowing downstairs. I thought it was our garage door, and I got down there. I got the end of my pickup, and that door blew in. My truck and her car were floating in seconds. An SUV floated through, caught me in the leg. As y'all know, I've been limping around. I don't like to shovel mud. So I got hammered. The gate got blown out, and we had a 7-foot deep pool, and it had another 5 foot of mud on top of it. On day 8, I pulled all the dead animals out of the backyard. That's how fast it was. And those animals are faster than me. So I don't know what needs to be done. Ernesto, you've been there day and day and day and day. And Rita, you've been there. We've talked. When we needed porta potties, we got porta potties. But you've been there every day. Mr. Gregory, I'm sorry. You were not there, sir. And I am not going to be disparaging to you, but you were not there, sir. If we could talk later and see how we can work together down the road. At the end of the day, I do not care what anybody's politics are. I don't care. Who's going to stand up? Who's going to come forward and help this community of people move on to the next day and the next month and next year? And our home values have been eliminated. I know my time's over. I don't want to say anything more. I could get heated real quick. And God bless. Thank you. I know my pants is falling off.
Next speaker.
Arcelia Mendiola.
Okay, my name is Arcelia R.C. Mendiola Hernandez, and I live on 28150 Horizon Road. Hillary came on August 20th, my birthday, and my life was turned upside down in minutes. Rita, when Dawn and I came on August 23rd, you told us to talk with Stone James. Where is he now? We saw him for 2 days, and he won't return my calls. Where is Stone now? Rita, stop telling other mayors that we are okay and that we don't need assistance. Stop lying to organizations that we are trying to help, because we are not okay and we need help. Federal, state, and the city are not doing anything to help us. But the city council passed to fix an alleyway that will cost the taxpayers $180,000. How is that okay? This is why the city is on the red, because dumb decisions like this. You don't know where we are financially. You're taking our taxpayers' money and putting it in your pockets and leaving the cities with no funds for emergency disasters. Remember, you work for us. We don't work for you guys. How would you like it if none of you guys got paid until all our properties got fixed? How would that make you feel? Think about that. Sleep on that. And if we are in a flood zone, why were there no flood retention walls built to protect us? That's your job, to protect the citizens. Rita, On Saturday, June 10th, you, Nancy Ross, and the Cathedral City Fire Department held an emergency preparation grab and go. Did you even train your paid employees for this emergency response? 911 didn't even know how to respond to our emergency. We had to call them twice. They didn't ask if anybody was hurt. They didn't ask if anybody needed medical assistance. They didn't ask if we smelled gas. Nothing. My youngest daughter had to feed them all this information. After waiting what seemed hours on our roof, Jimmy, Cindy, and two young teenage boys whom are not employed by the city came to our rescue. When they drove us down Horizon and Panorama, where we saw the paramedics and the Cathedral City Fire Departments, the Cathedral City Fire Departments, with the long ladders, took off. Weren't they trained in this event that you led? The Cathedral City Council has failed us. The 911 emergency response has failed us. And the Cathedral City Department has all failed us. If it wasn't for Margaret Gutierrez, Rick Saldivar, our friends, our families, our church, our Horizon community, and all the volunteers, we would probably still have mud to this day. Now I ask you, what is the city going to do to help us pay for our home damages? Are you guys going to go to the GoFundMe created by Ernesto Gutierrez? What is the city going to do to prevent this from happening again and ruining others' lives?
Is this Eliana?
Yes.
Okay.
Hello, my name is Eliana Mendiola, and I'm a resident of 28150 Horizon Road. On 8/20, my family and I were left to fend for ourselves, leading us up to the roof with my 2-year-old son. While up on the roof, we felt the impact on the house. 3 cars and a boat hit our house. We called 911 for help. The first time, it didn't go through. The second time, all they said was, "We are aware of your situation. The fire department are on their way." We saw the siren lights that kept changing in direction, but yet still no attempt was made to rescue us. My heroes come in the form of civilians. A couple and 2 teenage boys came to our rescue that night. Once we made it down our street, my uncle was there to pick us up. The firefighters were just standing there helpless. All the firefighters asked us was, "Were you the ones on the roof?" and what our address was. They didn't seem too concerned at all. We had to mention that there was a gas leak and numerous of people were outside asking for help. They definitely didn't seem prepared or trained for a disaster like this. They had boats and ladders, but again, no attempt was made to rescue people. We count on the police department and fire department to make us feel safe, but they have failed us. Hillary has turned my life upside down. I'm a single mother who was already getting all the help from the county that it can, such as CalFresh, WIC, Medi-Cal. For the mayor to be speaking for us, saying that we don't need help and is dismissing resources that we need and can benefit from. What hope does that leave for people like me? Whether we had flood insurance or not, we are all literally starting over from scratch. For a city council member to make a GoFundMe for the residents who lost their home says it all. You guys aren't planning to help. This whole time, the city has been no help, as well as the county, state, and federal. Without the help of the community and volunteers, we would still have mud and such in our homes. I have more faith in the community than the city and its elective council members. The city was quick to red tag our home, but not quick to give us the support and help we are desperately needing. I hope next year there are new, effective, and supportive council members.
You're Ronnie, correct?
Thank you.
Okay.
Good evening, Mayor, council members, and staff. Ronnie Mendiola, 30 years plus residence on Horizon Road. I am here this evening to voice my dissatisfaction with City Council and staff regarding the disaster and destruction of mud water that inundated our homes on August 20th. The inefficient response for recovering residents trapped in our homes, lack of engagement, communication, lack of truthfulness and resources is simply pathetic and inadequate. The cornerstone of our community is the strength of its people. Whom do you think we turn to first in a disaster or crisis affecting our citizens? Our elected officials. Local leaders, not elected officials, have navigated our needs and resources, shelter, food, volunteer, labor, supplies, and time. The city's emergency response was obviously none, or lacking direction. The initial night, my family of 5, including my 2-year-and-a-half-year-old grandson, was positioned on the rooftop, thinking that would be our safest position. While in communication with 911 and emergency personnel, we waited for what seemed like hours with no recovery. A complete stranger risked his own well-being and recovered all 5 of us. We drove to the corner of Horizon and Panorama, only to find fire department gathered there waiting with 2 aerial ladders, trucks not being used. The afternoon of August 21st, I went back to my home on Horizon to see the aftermath. There were no fire department personnel for rescuing trapped residents. Why was there no search and rescue or safety checks to each home that was affected by the flood? There was no immediate assistance for temporary shelter, food, clothing, emotional support. How is the Air Museum donations going to be used? We still have issues with mud in our backyards, sewer backup, and plumbing issues. For those council members who haven't set foot on Horizon or affected flood areas and seen firsthand our suffering and destruction, shame on you. Your actions speak louder than words. Thank you.
Beatrice Toledo.
Hi, my name's Beatrice Toledo. I reside at 28221 Horizon Road. On August 20th, I awoke to the sound of crashes, chaos, and car alarms in my neighborhood, unaware of the shocking scene outside my front door. Upon opening it, a rush of mud engulfed us. Frantically, I called for my husband, son, and daughter for help. My son, Adrian, desperately held the door shut. His plea still haunts my thoughts. Eventually, we barricaded the door with a dresser, but the mud had already invaded, reaching 3 feet in some areas. My husband and son explored the attic for an alternate plan, while half of our house remained submerged. We found refuge on our bed, praying for safety, while my children were terrified, unsure if we'd survive. While we endured the hardship of the storm, it's important to acknowledge the falsehoods and lack of response from the city. Rita Lamb, you claim to have been on Horizon since day one, but in reality you weren't. We know who was on that street. You were only there for news reports. You continue to perpetuate misleading information to the public. I offered you the chance to make amends by leveraging your resources and connections to help the community. I introduced you to Margaret Gutierrez, the coroner of RC's home, when you were being interviewed. And she's an experienced emergency manager who could assist. You pledged to host a meeting, a community meeting with those who were impacted, but to this day you haven't. You have failed us to fulfill your role as City Council. With the community, we have persevered. However, it is important that the truth be known. You lied and failed us. For 7 days, you were nowhere to be found on our street, leaving us trapped in our homes under layers of mud. If not for our friends, swift response, and connections, we would have been left waiting for assistance. Your contribution has been minimal and 2 weeks late. All while others from different cities and counties have come to our aid as volunteers. Your resource event fell short of expectations, and your presence was inadequate. You turned away help that was offered by neighboring cities and volunteers on many occasions. You set up roadblocks, making it difficult and sometimes impossible for volunteers to assist us. You failed to raise the alarm for the assistance we desperately needed. In the wake of the disaster that struck our community, we looked for you for support, guidance, and action. What we witnessed is a city council that has been more occupied with self-praise and media appearances than with addressing the critical needs of our citizens. I hope that the truth is now evident to everyone. Your regard for our citizens, for your citizens, is lacking. I hope that our city becomes more engaged in the selection of leaders who prioritize basic human decency and the long-term being of Cathedral City. I hope that everyone recognizes leadership in council as inept and unsuitable for leadership roles. Rest assured, we are here to stay, committed to ensuring that those who neglected their responsibilities held responsible. We are determined to succeed, but we will not let you claim our victory.
Andrew Velasquez.
Good evening, City Council. My name is Andrew Velasquez, and I live at 28301 Horizon Road. I am speaking tonight not as a homeowner, but as a person who lost his car, his only transportation, and my only way to be mobile. I live on SSDI and Section 8, which is already hard to do these days. My military background served me well to do what needed to be done at a time of crisis. My instincts to help those who have lost everything since August 21st. My duty to my community has been to help in any way I can, be it wading through 2 feet of mud to rescue people out of their cars, to get them to safety, to shoveling out mud and debris from driveways and homes, or walking up and down the street handing out water and Gatorade to all the workers that have shown up to help us day in and day out. I have not stopped since August 21st, nor will I stop. Even though my lungs now hurt from all the dust I've inhaled, it has been a dishonor to our community to have a mayor of Cathedral City tell lies, to tell other mayors that we didn't need help that are on our street. We will remember and we will vote you out. Our voices are loud and stronger than yours, and our resolve will prevail. Our newfound strength in each other on Horizon Road has formed a lasting bond. Our voices will tell the truth. Thank you.
Tracy, we're going to go ahead and take a 5-minute break. Is that okay with everybody? Take a 5-minute restroom break. Thank you.
Are they all gone?
I think they are, yeah.
Just, are you wanting to speak on this item or on during public comment? We haven't even got to public comment yet.
Yeah, I'll do public.
Okay, so just when we get to public comment, just I usually will ask if so.
How far along am I? Because I need to take care of my mom's medicine and everything. I gotta head home. She's been already calling me.
Yeah. Is it?
Yeah.
Right here?
Yeah. Is it possible to speak up before anybody else, or just hold that maybe? with like a couple of cars? I'll be brief and I'll be out, you know, just miss a couple of things.
Yeah, I can do that. I'll move you up and have you speak next.
Yeah, sure.
Is that okay? Yeah. Maybe about a quarter. I mean, this not halfway, but yeah.
Don't ask it.
See. I don't think that many. The only 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. I have 12. Did you add? Yeah. All people. All people. Hey there, what can I do for you?
I'm just embarrassed to be here because my house isn't 50 people. It's just kind of sad. And I'm in a prevention mode. I'd like to set up a meeting between the councilman that I talked to one time about the situation in Windsor Road with code enforcement and the police department. Because what I experienced is a lot of off-roaders, there's a lot of off-roaders that were coming through and it was flooding, and just that kind of stuff. I'm ashamed to be here. So these guys really hurt. So,
Yeah, no, I understand. Did you sign up to
my name's
speak?
Rick Smith.
Do you want me to get your information and we can do
please.
that? Okay, let me do that. Okay.
And thanks, I didn't you return my phone call when I asked about the meeting.
Oh, okay. Okay.
760.
760
861
861 3911. And you want to meet with your council member?
Council member, code enforcement,
And PD?
yeah, PD.
Okay.
And my address is 284.
Right at 284.
Yeah, the new address. Oh, 28421.
That's okay. 28421 Avenida Vista, La Vista. Okay. You're very welcome.
Do you need any help with the name C-Spanish?
I might. My last name might be Hermosillo, but I don't.
What is that? Who's coming?
Uh,
Okay. I can start calling in Spanish.
Somu Desai.
Somu Desai.
Desai.
Somu Desai.
Margaret Gutierrez. Sylvia Hernandez.
Sylvia Hernandez.
Ramilla Toledo.
Villa Toledo.
Leta Ramirez. Curtis Toledo. Annalisa
Callab.
Cayabaya.
No, Callab.
Baya. Biam.
Callab.
Julie Burgess. I'll do okay.
Younger. Just right behind the guy who's on the phone. Yeah. Is that really enough? Really? It isn't for me.
I'm just waiting for, we go ahead. Yeah, we can resume. Thank you.
Okay, so the next speaker is Somu Desai.
Good evening, everybody. Thank you for the opportunity. I am here. My name is Sumu Desai. I'm an owner-operator of Desert Promotions, a small business on Vista Chino. I employ about 10 to 12 people. So I know all the residents are here. Residential part of the business, residential parts are affected and everything. So my question is, I don't want to say who did what responses we're getting. We already know everybody's not happy with these things. So right, my question to you guys is very simple. What are your future plans and how are you going to help us? Right now, my business faces Vista Chino. Mine is the first property which got affected tremendously. You know, I know Mr. Raymond was there at my place. He came and checked out the place. I gave the tour. FEMA was there. Whatever the state agency, that was present there. So my question to you guys is very simple. If this happens, let's say it rains next time, it rains, so I know I'm going to get flooded. So is there any future plans in place to like maybe build a retaining wall or, to divert the water someplace else? These are the little, again, right now the mountain of dirt across Vista Chino is there. So are you guys planning to haul it away? If you're not hauling away and for temporary, can you like compact it and put like a green glue or something like that? At least it's not blowing into my business or residents there. So these are the things which we are affected. And next, as a taxpayer, as a small business owner, what kind of assistance you guys can provide to small businesses? Are you guys providing any tax credits? Do you want to provide any loans to us? Are we any state? Are we approaching to the state? What are we doing? Things like that. Which are the? I am here as a business owner to ask more practical questions. I'm not making an emotional plea here. I just want to protect my business, which I worked for the last 23 years to build it. As an immigrant from a different country, I have tremendous community support all these years. But as a city, what can you guys do for us? So my question is very, very simple. if there is somebody who can reach out to us for future plans, future, you know what, we're going to do this. If there's going to be a flooding next time, we're going to do these things. What are the remedies you guys have for us? So, being said that one, but again, if there is any federal funding coming towards us, I know some city manager mentioned something about it's not designated as a federal emergency, but none of us have, like, there is no petition going around to sign it or to say, okay, you know what, call your congressman. I mean, there is you guys talk about social media, you guys talk about, nobody reached us out to say, you know what, you can call your representative to designate something, a affidavit to sign or anything like that. So if it is possible, maybe, I mean, what is done is done. We are not trying to blame anybody. It was Mother Nature who did to everybody.
We'll have to conclude our comments. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you.
Margaret Gutierrez.
My name is Margaret Gutierrez. My name is Margaret Gutierrez. I'm a resident of Thousand Palms and a community advocate for the residents of Cathedral City impacted by this flood. I do not work for a responding agency. I did, however, respond to a childhood friend and impacted resident in need. Today I'm speaking as an advocate for the impacted community. Before I dive into the city's response, it's essential to provide some context regarding my background. I hold a master's degree in Homeland Security and have previously served as the Director of Emergency Services for the Agua Caliente Band of Kuya Indians, affording me experience in disaster response, training, and collaboration with neighboring cities, including yours, and various disaster response agencies. Additionally, I teach at CSULB in the Emergency Management Program at the master's degree level, and I operate a consulting firm specializing in emergency management and public health. And I offered my services to you specifically, Rita, and you did not respond. I have been on site working directly with homeowners from the very beginning of this crisis. For those of you who said you couldn't get there, I climbed fences on day one. You could have gotten there. I have personally witnessed the lack of response by the city and its elected officials, specifically, long-term, establishing a command center, a volunteer center, shelter facilities for your residents, health and sanitation concerns, and the urgent need to mobilize volunteers. On day one, I reached out to Team Rubicon. You did not. On day 3, I discovered that they had not been activated. They were actually awaiting the fire chief's approval to activate him. One weekend, I engaged with FEMA and the county. The county reported being told by this council that there were no immediate needs existing within the city. At that point, I called upon my connections to activate the VOADs because existing relationships had already informed me that the city had stated there was no need for additional resources. It was apparent that there was no concern for the people being impacted. In the aftermath of the disaster, we continue to look to our elected officials and city leadership for guidance, support, and decisive action. We beseech you to address the critical needs that still persist, including concerns about the environmental and health impact of the accumulated dirt, potential future flood risks, guidance on obtaining rehabilitation loans, assistance for those still displaced, mold testing, and mental health support for this community. Instead of making arbitrary decisions about the removal of Burtec dumpsters, why not engage in conversations with the community members to gauge their needs and determine the required duration of services during cleanup? These are pressing questions and concerns that demand immediate attention and action. Unfortunately, we have witnessed a city council that appears more focused on self-praise and media attention than on addressing the critical needs of our citizens. The apparent incompetence of the city manager, assistant city manager, and the majority of this council has become evident, casting doubts on their suitability for leadership roles. Transparency and accountability are the initial stages toward rebuilding trust within a community. Acknowledging its shortcomings and assuming responsibility for the inadequate response is an essential step for this council. Listen to the concerns and feedbacks of your residents. Engage in open dialogue and create an environment where their voices are not only heard, but genuinely considered is crucial. Our community deserves leaders who prioritize action over rhetoric, who are present during crisis, and who are willing to shoulder the burden borne by our citizens. The fundamental responsibility to respond effectively to emergencies and serve your residents must not be overlooked. I will continue to be present and serve as an advocate for the impacted residents as long as they wish me to do so. And finally, this dog and pony show that you guys did today is absolutely appalling, and you should all be very ashamed of yourselves.
Sylvia Hernandez.
Hi, good evening. My name is Sylvia Hernandez, and I live on Horizon Road with my spouse and 5 children. On the night of August 20th, at approximately 11:30, we were awoken by my 2 teenage children telling us that there were loud screams coming from outside. My husband quickly jumped out of bed and looked only to find the streets flooded and vehicles being washed away. Our family all went onto one of the upstairs bedrooms as we were in shock to see what was happening. It was from like a movie, and I was at loss for words when my children asked if we were going to die. We thought of a plan as quickly and as soon as we realized there was no help coming when we saw in front of our yard a truck with 2 passengers stuck and just staring back at us with big, hopeless eyes. Screams coming from all around the neighborhood, and even neighbors stuck on their rooftops. I began to pray and told my family God will not leave us. I wish I could have say the same for the city of Cathedral City, but the city has deeply failed us and its residents. In the morning after, I walked outside and still no help came. We evacuated our 2 youngest children, ages 7 and 2, through our backyard, where we were helped by our family and amazing neighbors through Avenida Primavera, which, by the way, had no water, mud, or even any debris in their pools. We're still displaced and struggling like many residents on Panorama area, trying to return and get back to our lives prior to Hurricane Hillary without any assistance from Cathedral City. In moving forward, we ask for assistance, transparency, and accountability from the city past their initial response after the disaster to rebuild and move forward. We need an individualized help for each family affected, not just a temporary local assistance center where we were just used as tally marks for the city to show off how many people they've helped. Literally, as soon as I talked to someone, I talked to the DMV and I was a tally mark and she was on her phone. That's what I was used. We need a plan to prevent this and protect its residents from this ever happening again, and a new disaster preparedness plan. We need the city to stand behind its residents, just like my amazing neighbors and countless volunteers who've made this terrible journey just a little bit bearable. Thank you to the residents and community.
Ramia Toledo.
Hello, my name is Ramaya Toledo. I live at 28221 Horizon Road, Cathedral City. The night of the storm, I was ready to fall asleep when I suddenly hear my mom screaming from the living room. I immediately woke myself up and ran out of my room to see what was going on. I would have never expected what was to come. I walk out of the living room and see water and mud gushing in from the outside. Once I see mud, I immediately ran to get my dad. We both walk out, and I saw my dad walking out the back door, and I followed him, having no idea what was going to happen. I knew I couldn't leave him out there alone, so I followed. He started grabbing soil bags that were laying around. I grabbed him on my shoulders and started walking out the side gate and into the front yard. I was about thigh deep in mud, felt cuts everywhere, but I knew I had to protect my family and home first. We tried barricading the outside of the front door with soil bags, but they just floated away. Then my dad started telling me to grab the papers that were next to my bedroom window. I immediately did as I was told. Using all the strength I had in me, I grabbed those papers and started handing them to my dad. On the other side of the door was my brother Adrian and my mother. Hearing my brother about to give up and my mom panicking were unforgettable. Once we finally get the door shut, as me and my father made our way back into the house. Our cars rapidly floating towards me, praying to God I will not die. When I saw the look on my mom's face when I couldn't get back inside, it broke my heart. Once I finally get my way in, climbing through our kitchen window, I ran to my room where my little sister was sleeping to wake her up, just in case we had to leave. After about an hour, she starts crying because of how scared she was. I was scared too, but I had to keep myself together so I wouldn't stress my parents out more than they already are. After my mom comforts her, we wash off our feet and shower and went to bed at around 4 in the morning. First thing next morning, my mom tells me and my sister to pack a bag with whatever fits. My mom and dad directed us toward our neighbor's yard and over a wall where my mom and Pearl Aguinaldo were waiting. Once we hopped over the wall, our neighbors washed us off and we said our goodbyes. I didn't see my family for 3 days until my mom said it was safe to return. We had to jump in and out of the window to access our house. Recently, we haven't seen our parents much because they're working day and night to build our house back. I have been held back from schoolwork and it has taken a toll on my mental health. It's hard living out here it's hard living out of bins, not knowing where we're gonna end up next. The experience was traumatic for me. The place I called home was destroyed. And what have you done? Nothing. You have no idea what's going on in our lives. You have not worked as hard as you make it seem. I hope you take accountability and responsibility for not responding appropriately. Not only did you fail the adults, but you failed the youth too.
The next speaker is Letha Ramirez. No Letha, Letha Ramirez? No, she left? Okay. How about Curtis Toledo? Sorry.
I knew you were going to call my name.
I'm sorry.
My name is Curtis Toledo. I live at 28221 Horizon Road. The night of the flood there, I was laying in my bed comfortable, on my phone getting ready to go to bed, and that's when I heard my daughter and my son yelling, "It's coming in, it's coming in." So I'm just thinking it's a bug or, some animal coming in the house, so I'm just like, whatever. So finally my son yells, "Dad, come and help me." So I go, walk in my living room, and I just see mud coming into the house. And I'm just like, what's going on here? Like, this is not real. This is not, So finally, my son says, "I can't hold it anymore. I can't hold it." And he's holding the door. So me and my daughter, Ramaya, that was just up here, we walk around the backyard to the front yard, and, obviously we're swimming in mud, and, we're putting some soil bags that we had in the front, but they just floated away. And then, so anyways, he couldn't close the door, so I told him, you can't close the door because there's pebble rocks, holding the door open. So open the door so I can clear the way. So he opens it a little bit. I clear all the rocks away, and we finally shut the door. Me and my daughter started putting big rocks in front of our door. But I was scared because I'm like, if there's electricity in this water, me and my daughter are going to die, So I told her to get back in the house. So anyways, went around, got inside the house through our kitchen window because it was a little higher. And, after shutting our doggy door because mud was coming there too, I just sat there and was like, what just happened, But I think, in my opinion, I guess what the issue probably is going to be is, the mud that was coming down from, I don't know where it came from Big Bear or Desert Hot Springs, wherever it came from. Maybe there should have been, I don't know, some type of wash built right here. We're not in a flood zone. I think that's why we're all frustrated, is because, we're not in a flood zone. We weren't required to get insurance. We got to come out of our pocket. I'm a father of 5 kids, and it's like we have no kitchen, we have no stove, we have no beds, and we have no cars. So I got to go to work, kids got to go to school, things got to keep going. So we're sitting there going, how? What are we going to do? Where are the resources coming from, funds? And I think that's why a lot of people are frustrated, because we deserve to be in a home. This happened, yeah, it's a natural disaster, whatever the situation is, but we deserve to be in a home just like everybody else. We should be right now at home watching Netflix, but instead we're here, So anyways, that's my story, and I'm sticking to it. Ernesto, you got my vote.
The next speaker is Annalisa Kayabyab. I'm sorry.
Good evening, everybody. My name is Annalisa Kayabyab. I live in 28200 Horizon Road. I cannot take it anymore. We need help. I made this one to give to each of you because I know for sure that I cannot talk because I can be very emotional like this, seeing myself in that house, in that neighborhood. It drains my physical, emotionally, and my physical. My household, in particular, made national news for being an elderly care facility, which housed 9 residents and 5 caregivers. Some of the residents of whom are disabled physically, mentally, or both, and has bedbound residents. Knowing that I will not be having any income for a few months because of the storm of what was happened, I decided to put my few clients in my own private home to be the relocation until I can fix everything back to my facility at Horizon. My income in this facility is the only source of which I can support my kids in college right now. I am a single mother, unable to pay my bills. I gave up my own home, my own room for this elderly to use for the relocations, which I'm now living in my living room. If this storm had gotten only slight worse, those who were bedbound residents would have drowned in the mud. I think people don't realize how bad this situation was, and also don't think people know how bad this situation still is. The mud, the smell, the bites, the flies, being homeless, no cars to use, and depending on the donations for food to deliver every day, and we're still begging until now who will gonna deliver food every day for us, for our volunteers, are the worst nightmares in our lives and still is still going on. Elderly lives are extremely fragile as is. Being suddenly unhoused without their medical equipment, medicine, or even necessities such as diapers is extremely difficult. The effect of the storm is still trouble us today, but there is no support at all. The representatives of Cathedral City have failed us. I'm sorry to tell you this, but you really did fail us. When it came time to smile for a photo of the national news, people were there. But when it was time for actual support being given, your backs were turned. I look at each and every one of you who are in charge and have a duty to be in the service, to the hardworking residents of this city. I look at you and ask, do you think you have done enough for us? You go home and sleep in your house, in your beds, while everyone affected scrambles for solutions. We have stayed quiet in the media because we were busy figuring out our next plans. We thought that help was coming. Your negligence is well documented, and it can be for the whole world to see, but we just humbly ask for your help. I hope every resident in this city knows that...
We'll have to close our time. Thank you. you.
That leadership handles actual issues and situations like this. And our entire neighborhood, this beautiful neighborhood right here, they helped me a lot because I don't know anybody in the city. Especially, I don't know who to call. We'll continue to remind others on this when it comes for your elections. I'm sorry, but I have to tell you this. This is from the bottom of my heart. The residents stuck in the mud for 13 hours with no help. We called 911, no response. I called community care licensing from Riverside, no response. I called fire department, no response. I called Cathedral City, no response. Where is the help? My son was the one who did all the job. I told my son to please stay with all the clients, make sure that they're all safe. But where is my son? He is my son. How about what happened to my son on that time? If he died because of this elderly, because he helped this elderly. I know this is too much, but I have to release my emotion because every time I go back to Horizon Road, I cried. I cried for all of this community.
Up to closer. Thank you.
The next speaker is Julie Burgess.
My name is Julie Burgess, and I'm a homeowner of 28220 Horizon Road. Well, the news is gone, so congratulations, and you have wasted our time here this evening with the elaborate speeches and attaboys, just to push time and wait until everyone is gone but our community. Well done. Would you like me to take your picture? First and foremost, the fact that the city and media speaks for us, how bad you claim the impact was, you don't know. The city and city council do not know. Each and every one of you should have came to see and feel it. Why? Because you don't understand unless you put yourself in other people's homes. Walk through, not just one or two, if that's even true, and that's only from a couple of you. I know this based off my family and friends who flew in to help us. My mom, who was on FaceTime with me from 11:49 p.m. on the night of to 5:30 in the morning when myself and kids were rescued by my brother. This is a photo of me and my two brothers sifting my kids out on boogie boards and snow sleds at 5:45 in the morning. She came a week and a half later and she couldn't believe her eyes. She thought she knew and went into tears when she said it's so much worse than when the photos and the videos. Rubicon makes a better video than any media or city has. You guys claim 145 posts of the photos, but they're all repetitive. It's all the same ones. And let's talk about September 1st when we all go into panic in our community because we hear about this storm coming again. Empty sandbags on September 1st? Talk about insulting. Is it because we had enough mud to fill them? As if we haven't been waist deep in mud for 11 days already. 3 feet of mud in the street? No one talked about the insane amount of mud in people's homes. We can start with the assisted living home, who is a single story, and mud was 3 feet high in their home, as well as mine and a ton of other neighbors. I can see them from my balcony, and I was concerned, but I had 3 little boys to take care of, one child that wasn't even mine. No media talked about the mud inside our homes or backyard, just the streets and front yards. Isaac was a resident. We as residents understand the liability of clearing out more than driveways, but that's where you stopped, and that's where Isaac didn't. He didn't make any more money. He did it because he came, he saw, and lived the aftermath. He knew we couldn't get that mud, which turns into clay mud. He cared. He went the extra mile as a person, a citizen, a volunteer. Isaac is a hero in our eyes, and then he got taken off the job for exceeding his duties he was hired for. I wish one of you had a home on our road so that you could, I wish one of your homes was on our road so that we could get some action done. Because I speak on behalf of all of us, a fire would have been lit under everyone and anyone to make sure we got help. So do yourself the favor and put yourself in our shoes and fight for us.
The next speaker is
Sue? Good evening, everyone. As you can hear a lot of story about our, as you already hear a lot of story about what happened another night. And, I never thought I can be the witness in this disaster. I only moved the house about 7 months, and the house is only about 9 months, even not a year. And now, right now, we lose the first floor, and everything just gone, So I'm new here. I don't know the constructions. I don't know the structure. My first question is, if city allow the residential build in the flood zone, so why we don't have any flood control facility in our community? So also, if city the planning let the developer and build a house there, do they city is the city gonna do some floor elevation and should be higher than the flood planning elevation? So we've been through a lot, emotionally, physically, and financially. So we've been stressed a lot, deal the cleaned up and making repair for the house, and ask the house owner. And we want to ask in the city, is our house owner take all the responsibilities, or city take some responsibility to helping us to recover? And my last concerned question is there any flood control in the future? And is the city gonna be ready for the next storm? This is my biggest concern. And also here, I want to thank you for all the many organizations and the group and the community. They helping us a lot. Land City, anybody sit down here. We come here not because we want to hear the nice word about what you guys say or compliment you talking each other, how great job you did. No, we are here because we want solutions. We want to hear some result. We want to know city gonna be behind us. Our community can count on the cities. So that's why we've been here. The flood washing everything away, but cannot washing the hope in our heart. So we helping the city do something, helping us as a house owner, helping us rebuild, recovered, and prepare next the storm. Thank you, everybody.
Michael Sereno.
Hello, I'm Michael Sereno. I live at 28170 Horizon Road with May, who just spoke. Our house is located next to 28200 Horizon Road, the senior care facility, just for reference. I first want to say thank you, Team Rubicon, the World Food Bank, and all city workers and other volunteers. Also, I wanted to mention Councilman Ernesto. He has stopped by several times and seemed to really care about our neighborhood. Thank you, sir. Our elected councilman never stopped by. I was very disappointed in fire and police response. Yes, the 911 operators answered, but the police and the fire did nothing for my wife. I had to rescue my wife and her 2 workers at 7 a.m. Monday morning. I walked up from the south side of Horizon Road barefoot in 3 foot of muddy water. They were trapped in the house, and I had to break through the window to get them out. There also was a broken gas line on our property that had been leaking for 7 hours. We had called gas company, fire, and multiple times. They didn't come out till about 7:30, 8 o'clock the next morning on Monday, just after I had showed up. That is why I went in to rescue my wife and her workers, because police and fire were not going in. The only other item I want to address is what the city and county are going to do in the future to mitigate another flood catastrophe. Thank you for your time.
Don Figueroa.
Hello, my name is Dawn Figueroa. I live at 28171 Horizon Road, and my home had almost 2 feet of mud and water inside. Just to give you a glimpse into that terrifying evening on August 20th, 2023, we were sleeping, and around 11 p.m., my husband received a call from our neighbor, Rick, telling us his garage was aggressively filling with water and mud. My husband jumped out of bed and said he needed to help Rick. Then he ran to the front door, and sure enough, mud and water started getting closer to our house, then coming in. We ran to our garage, and it was flowing in. We barricaded the door with a broom, ran to our bedroom, and it was coming through the sliders. My husband yelled to grab anything I could. I couldn't think. I was terrified. I ran to my daughter's bed where her and our dog were, and I told her what was happening and not to worry, we would be okay. I called 911. It wouldn't go through. I called the non-emergency line. The woman said someone would come help. I honestly didn't think we would be okay. I didn't know if the water would stop and we wouldn't drown a horrible death. I told my husband we needed to get to the roof, but we didn't know how. I didn't have shoes. I was in my pajamas, and there was no physical way to climb from my daughter's room. We were trapped on Ella's bed, the 4 of us, including our dog. I texted a couple neighbors that we were scared and couldn't get out. We were told we got put on the list for firemen to come help, but no one ever came. We were scared that if the mud and water reached our electrical socket, we would get electrocuted. We didn't know what to do. The water finally stopped just before 2 feet. The next morning, still silent. No one came to help. Around 10:30 a.m. on the 21st, my mother-in-law and sister-in-law asked the neighbor behind us if we could climb the 10-foot block wall into her backyard. She, Mary, was our angel, along with our family. My brother-in-law found a way to get to us, while no one else could. We got myself, my daughter, and our dog over that block wall. My husband decided to stay with his brother. When I left Mary's house in my pajamas, completely covered in mud with my daughter, the first person in my face was a LA Times reporter. No police or firemen anywhere. No one was there except a helicopter and reporter. The trauma from living through this is worse than the physical loss of everything. 2 days later, my sister-in-law called at 7:30 a.m. to say if we didn't tow our 4 cars, they would all be impounded. We raced over and had words with the cop to ask why he was kicking us when we were down, and his response was it was over his pay grade. We have flood insurance, which only covers the dwelling for $250,000, nothing else. All 4 cars were totaled, and I didn't have car rental coverage because I thought if 1 car goes down, we have 3 others. Not in this case. So much has happened, so many kicks to the gut, denial from Red Cross because I needed to have a half-inch higher of mud in order for them to help, denial letter from FEMA, no funding, even from fundraisers like the Palm Springs Air Museum and federal funding. I was told we're not seeing any of it because city can't handle funds. My anxiety over mold, the mud that is not being removed far enough away, barely any city support at all. And finally, I want to just include an email I wrote some of the city members in a weak moment I was experiencing. I am extremely frustrated. Since you had our power shut off, no one can use the equipment needed to keep working. My husband called me frustrated. I went to the community support event at the library this morning, and it's all a little too late for most of it, and they didn't have anything tangible to help with. It's all about filling out more forms and waiting for answers. A woman I called at the Red Cross even said the city doing this now is too little, too late. I just don't understand, even on a human level. Forget that it's a part of your job to protect the patrons living in your city lines. How do you do so little? Do you understand that we are incurring costs of paying for ice, daily lunches for volunteers and workers, bins, cleaning supplies, essentials, and necessities unless some local businesses or generous people help us? Also, why are we responsible for the land around our homes? It's not our fault mud came cascading in. How is that not a city issue? None of this makes sense, and we are asked to deplete our life savings, find a place to live, figure out transportation, worry about our health working in this toxic environment. The list goes on and on. How did this even happen? If we were in a flood zone, shouldn't retention walls have been built to protect us and our homes? The trauma from living through this mentally is worse than losing everything. It is incomprehensible to me how little the city is doing. I'm sure you would all be working harder or helping more if it was your life that was destroyed.
Brian J. Jacobson.
I did yield some of my time, and so I will take 1 minute. We need help. We need a lot of help. And we cannot do it alone. The fact that I go to work and have to justify why I was gone for a week and a half because I was trapped in my house is ridiculous. They should know how bad it was. You should tell them because you have power. The governor should have been here. You can bring him here. And if he won't listen to you, raise hell like we're doing. Because that's what we need. This is your job. This is your job performance review. Take note.
Marlon Reddy.
Hi, my name is Marlene Reddy. Hurricane Hillary has affected us on Horizon Road and neighboring streets. We have been living this nightmare for the past 24 days and continue to live in it. There's a long road ahead of us to recover from this disaster. We can honestly say that the city was not prepared for this type of devastation. We are evidence of that. There were homes filled with upward of 4 feet of mud that trapped people inside, including my tenant, and a lot of neighbors were unable to evacuate up to 4 days after the storm. As a local government, Cathedral City, you have not done your part. I called for guidance. All of us I've never been in this situation before. We needed guidance. We did not receive it. I called and I asked, and I came on Friday when you allowed us to come on the street because you guys weren't allowing us on the street. And the first thing that I did is I leaned on my neighbors because when you arrived, you saw the disaster that was there. It was unacceptable. You can't even describe what everyone saw. So I leaned to my neighbors for help, for guidance, and I thank everyone for helping because I don't like what everyone else is saying. If we didn't have each other, I think we'd all be sitting there in our houses still crying, trying to figure out what the next step was. I called local police and fire stations the day of the incident. No authority figure knew what was going on. They informed me that they're assisting emergency calls at the moment, but reality was that everyone was in potential danger and basically told us to sit and wait our turn and keep calling back for updates. As a city, you have lacked transparency. You have taken local and federal funds meant to be for us, the residents, and we have not received any of that or any updates. You have also claimed that you have made appropriate response to the disaster, which is far from the truth. The day that the incident happened, there was no immediate response for our safety, for any of the neighbors' safety. Now, to mention that the streets were closed a few days after the storm and we're not allowed to access our homes in a timely fashion. When you did allow the streets to finally clear up, the city failed to allow for ingress and egress for each household. You claim that it was our responsibility to clear the walkways, and in fact, it falls under the city to help us assist with that when there is a natural disaster. Even the following days, police officers prevented us from going and accessing our homes, allowing us to continue, allowing the continued damage to continue. You have turned away help from cities, organizations, and institutions that have willingly come to offer our help without speaking to us first, especially when the community is screaming for help. Our needs fell on deaf ears. This is unacceptable. It is shocking the level of incompetence and ignorance demonstrated by some governing members here. These words are difficult to state as it might result in retaliation, but we stand here together to show you and give you a reality check of what is needed in this neighborhood.
We'll have to close our remarks. Thank you.
Thank you.
Terry Applegate.
Good evening. I was involved in emergency preparedness in Santa Clara County, and I come speaking from that perspective. I think it is urgent that the city host meetings at different times and locations where we can discuss what worked, what did not work, how to support those greatly impacted by the storm, and how to prepare for future natural disasters. My comments are not meant to denigrate the work of staff. I know that fire and police, public works, engineering, city manager, ACM, and other departments put in enormous hours. We've all heard that during a disaster, we need to be prepared as possible as rescuers may be tied up, communication systems down, etc. That happened here, and some residents feared for their lives. We all feel their pain, but we have a lot of work to do. We have a number of residents that are CERT certified. Were those people contacted before, during, or shortly after the storm? We need to look at communication strategies and how to improve them. Is there a text message alert system that the city already has? A number of cities utilize this in disaster preparedness. I know that the city uses Facebook and Twitter, AKA X. People in their teens and 20s are using other social media sites. The Senior Center sent out a recorded message during Hillary stating that the center would be closed on Monday, August 21st, and to check for updates. We need to utilize multiple ways to communicate. Cleanup efforts in the Horizon Vista Chino neighborhood was an organic community response. But a lack of communication led to animosity and distrust. There were residents in other areas of the city that were impacted. How did those residents know that needed rehousing who to contact? How was that information conveyed? The most important part of emergency preparedness is community involvement. When residents are not incorporated as part of the planning process, things fall apart. We have much to do as a community. The city will need to revise building requirements and look at how to prevent flooding in problem areas. Again, I ask that the city host community-wide meetings to address needs and how to move forward. Our city manager mentioned one of the things that we can do immediately, and that is to contact our elected officials. Much to the chagrin of my father, I've been an activist since the age of 10. And in one of the organizations we had something that we called Relentless Callers. And we called our officials night and day, sent out emails ad nauseum, and a lot of times we were effective. These are some of the things that we need to do, and we have to come together as a community to build on what we can do. Thank you.
That concludes the public comments, Mayor.
All right, thank you.
We do need to take a formal vote on the other item that the city manager covered earlier this evening.
I'll reread the item. Authorize emergency funding for cleanup, repairs, and emergency protective measures resulting from the August 20th, 2023 Tropical Storm Hillary damages.
A motion by Councilmember Gregory and a second by Councilmember Ross, and the motion carries all ayes.
Thank you. And the next item is council reports.
Mayor, actually, we do have some members of the public that want to make public comment that weren't on that item.
Perfect, thank you.
Shane?
Good evening, Honorable Mayor and City Council, City staff. My name is Shane Massoud. I'm the new Government Relations Manager for Southern California Edison. I wanted to come by tonight and introduce myself. I've been working in the field of government and public affairs for over 10 years now. I've worked for a local state senator, I worked for the Department of Transportation, and I worked for a local city in San Bernardino County. So I'm excited to take on this role. I'm hoping to be able to continue the success that my predecessor had set, Jennifer Cusack, and continuing our strong partnership. Just on a personal note, I grew up in San Bernardino County in the Inland Empire. I've been married for 7 years. I have 2 little boys. We enjoy the outdoors and camping in our free time together. As your government relations manager, like I said earlier, I'm looking forward to working with you all, with city staff, here in the near future. I did want to mention that Southern California Edison is making a contribution to the Red Cross as well as Team Rubicon to continue helping in their efforts as they work to address some of the damages. With that, again, thank you for your time and have a great evening.
Can I get your card afterwards, please?
I gave cards to the city clerk. So, thank you.
Dorian, did...
A year ago, I came up to express my concerns about the issues of sprawling into areas that should not be developed. And the flooding that happened is what I was talking about and trying to warn about. This is why I also said it is a bad idea to develop more homes in the north part of that same area. More disasters will occur, and we are making them worse by the negative climate effects that car-dependent suburbs bring. Even the idea of developing warehouses in that area is a bad idea, because that brings even worse climate effects. I'm not sure if any of you approved that housing development that got flooded, or if it was your predecessors, but whoever approved it should feel some type of guilt, because now look at what happened. Families' lives have been ruined because of this, and you need to be giving these people cash. We should have been a city with a smaller footprint, but no, instead you want to build outwards like Phoenix. We have learned no lessons. This city is the perfect example of how not to build a city in the desert. Also, besides that, each one of you have participated in this climate crisis, not just by lacking any new green infrastructure, but for continuing to support fossil fuel projects. What happened with that Food for Less gas station? Why did you approve it when it was highly opposed by the community? Did you decide to not watch the Planning Commission meeting and our comments on it? So by approving this gas station, you are participating in this climate crisis and you helped cause this disaster. That tropical storm had no business being in California. The time to go green was yesterday. And for some of the members wondering how some of these council members got elected, that's because not enough of us voted. If we all voted, the outcome would be different. It's no secret that you guys do not represent Cathedral City.
That's all that we have for public comment.
So now we go down to council reports. We're going to waive our time for the council reports for this evening. And consent agenda, will the city clerk please read the consent agenda items?
Item number 4A is the waive full reading of ordinances on agenda. Item number 4B is the minutes approval of August 23rd, 2023. Item number 4C is to receive and file payment of claims and demands for August 2023. Item number 4D is the rejection of proposals for professional labor compliance monitoring and enforcement services for the Dream Home Park project. Item number 4E is to accept GPS tourism grant by the Greater Palm Springs Tourism Foundation in the amount of $29,926. Item number 4F is to approve a special use permit 23007 for the Cathedral City High School Homecoming Parade on September 28, 2023, and waive the application fee. And item number 4G is to approve the fiscal year 2022-2023 Community Development Block Grant Consolidated Annual Performance Evaluation Report for submittal to the U.S. Department of Housing and Urban Development. And that concludes the consent agenda.
Thank you, Tracy. Are there any members of the public that wish to make a comment on the consent agenda?
Mayor, I did not receive any request to speak forms for the consent agenda, but if there is a member of the public who wishes to comment on any of those items, please raise your hand. And I see no hands raised, Mayor.
Are there any comments from council, or are we ready for a motion?
We have a motion by Councilmember Gregory and a second by Mayor Pro Tem Carnevale, and the motion carries all ayes.
Great, thank you. Legislative actions. 7A, fiscal year 2023-2024, operating budget adjustments.
Thank you, Mayor. This item will carry over unspent funds in certain line items from last year into the current year. Finance Director Kevin Biersack will present this item.
Last but not least, good evening, Mayor, Mayor Pro Tem, City Council members. As the City Manager said, these are rollovers. So these budget adjustments, the nice thing about this is when people like Councilmember Carnevale like to hear there's no impact to the general fund, there's no impact to the general fund. Because these are items that were previously approved in the old fiscal year that we're currently trying to close. And we're just rolling these items over. So the net impact for a moment, you're up here. And then the next moment, we're back down to where we started. So that's what this is about. So this will be nice and short and sweet. Standard slide with respect to, we do biennial budgeting here at the city. Oh.
I'm sorry.
Thank you, it's not me.
No,
as long as it's you, it's fine.
It's coming.
Thank you. So we do biennial budgeting here at the City of Cathedral City, and the bullets with respect to why we do it versus doing an annual budget. Because if we did an annual budget, it would be a constant repetitive cycle. And you want us to work smarter. And that's why we do biennial budgeting. So these are the items. Two funds are impacted, primarily the general fund with the amounts that we're looking to roll over. And then one item from our equipment replacement fund, an authorization that was provided this past year that we purchased this year. And so what you can see here, I can take you through with respect to the items for the general fund that were previously approved this past year. The premium pay that was previously authorized, rollovers of city council community assistance and district improvement funds, Development impact fee study, that's in process, and there's a minor amount that's remaining for that to be finished up this fiscal year. The facilities master plan, 2 invoices are waiting to be paid, and it will zero this out because it's basically, this item was the mass companies finishing up their work in July and August, and will be coming to you later this fall with respect to the results of the facilities master plan and the facilities condition assessment, and that will be a study session item for you all later this fall. The Fountain of Life conceptual plan, next council meeting, the goal is to be able to share with you the results of what you previously authorized, which was a not to exceed of $15,000. And our friends at Verde Design, they gave us a great price of $8,200. So that was almost half of what you had authorized. And so we have the results of that in, and we'll be briefing you on that at the next council meeting is the goal. With respect to the fire department, last year you authorized the new GEMT program, the IGT, and that was at a whopping price of $665,000. As it turned out, the state did not bill us that entire amount. They are billing it in 3 increments, one of which was done this past fiscal year, and so that the remaining amount yet to be billed is $485,000. Ironically, we have a wire going out tomorrow for $181,000. So that will be the second payment. So in all reality, we may not end up using that full $485 if the state doesn't bill us that, but you authorize it, we have to carry it forward just in case because we don't know what payment 3 will be. The IT master plan, like the facilities master plan, it was authorized this past year through the vendor client first, and that is the remaining amount from that original IT master plan that we're rolling over. The pavement management plan, not a whole lot remaining there. We do have an invoice that we're going to hopefully be paying tomorrow if you authorize this with respect to them with the NEC folks, Nichols, being able to finish up that work. There was some training kinds of activities that they were doing with respect to that software. The sphere of influence annexation study, you all are aware of that, and that's with Terra Nova, and that is a rollover, the work that started in this past fiscal year, and that's the amount that's being rolled over. Another invoice waiting for your approval, and we'll pay that puppy tomorrow. And Sarah Street Phase 1, there's a little bit of money left on that with respect to that potential professional services engagement with respect to a potential assessment district with respect to sewers. When you add all those puppies up, you get one grand total of $931,000. Looks like a lot, but it's, like I say, it isn't new authorization, it's just rollover authorization. And then the truck that we talked about that does not come out of the general fund, it comes out of the equipment replacement fund. So at a later date, as the city manager said, we'll be coming back with you for other kinds of things that would be items of consideration that will probably come to you in a legislative meeting or a study session meeting, which what those are to include the event, what's been the outcome of the events tonight. As we talked about, you know, we have that $1.062 million that you all authorized. Ironically, tomorrow with that authorization that you made, we have about $325,000 plus that we'll be paying tomorrow as a result of your approval. So on that note, this is your favorite slide. Do you have any questions?
And we have a couple questions here, and we'll start with Councilmember Ross.
Yes, ma'am.
I'm trying to get back to my screen, but my screen's gone now. It doesn't even say questions anymore. I'll wing it. So I see that you have on the budget a Fountain of Life conceptual plan at, as I recall, something like 8,200, something like that. Is that about right?
Yes, and when we came to you in April, we asked for a not to exceed of 15,000. So then when we went forth, we were able to get a price of $8,200 rather than the full 15,000.
So here's my question about the price. Just yesterday, I had a conversation with the city manager and the ACM, and it was my understanding we would be getting a variety of plans to choose from.
Yes, ma'am.
So they're all the exact same price?
No, that was the professional services with respect to being able to do the conceptual
So
planning.
that's just making the conceptual plan?
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you so much. It's been a long day.
You are correct, Amundo. Okay. That's my Spanish for the evening.
Thank you.
But yes, that is the bottom line with respect to, there will be options.
I gotcha, and thank you very much.
You're welcome.
Any other questions? No? All right.
On that note,
Thank you. Yeah, thank you very much. And now we'll turn it over for public comments.
I don't have any request to speak forms for this item, but if you're a member of the public and you wish to comment, please raise your hand. I don't see any hands, Mayor.
Okay. Are we ready for a motion then? Here we go.
We have a motion by Councilmember Gregory and a second by Councilmember Gutierrez, and the motion carries all ayes.
Great. Thank you so much. Our next item is discussion on future agenda items. Are there any items the council would like to discuss?
I do not have any.
Any items?
Mayor, I'd just like to, we talked about this last meeting, but I would just like to comment, there were some valid concerns raised during the comment about planning for the future to prevent flooding. And I've already been in contact with the supervisor's office, and we're working on a meeting with them and the Riverside County Flood Control District and CVWD, who are the primary agencies responsible for flood control facilities. We would be a partner, of course. And so it's not something that'll happen overnight, but we are going to be working on what the plan is and how to move that forward. So it'll probably involve some consulting work and things like that into the future, you know, as we develop those plans, but that is in progress. And I thought that the comments regarding the need to assess what we need to do in the future were very valid, and I want to assure people that that is on the menu.
Great. Thank you.
My recollection is we talked about this 2 weeks ago. I believe Councilmember Gregory, and we came up with about a 6-month term in which we were going to try to figure out what to do next time.
That was to provide a report on what did happen, and I actually went to the CVWD board meeting a couple of weeks ago and actually was able to get some initial assessments from their engineers regarding that. And so really the Flood Control District and the CVWD are the primary agencies that do flood control work, and we will be engaging with them.
Yeah, and the discussion was what happened, and is there anything we can do to help alleviate that in the future? So you're correct.
Thank you. Thank you much. And the next regular city council meeting will be held on September 27th, 2023. This meeting is adjourned.
Mayor, I'm sorry. Mayor? I need to report out a closed session.
That's exactly, yeah, I was going to say, thank you. Thank you.
That's okay. I just wanted to talk to Joe and John about
The
something.
council had 2 closed session items that we did at the end of the study session before the regular session. We didn't announce that at the end because we went immediately into the
Correct.
regular session. One was an anticipated item of litigation. The other one was a meeting with regard to threat to public services and facilities. You had those discussions. There was no reportable action. That concludes the report. Thank you.
Great. Thank you. Now it's